The following is a presentation of Eagle Radio and Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine. The basketball game of the week is on the air now.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome in here on the campus of Abilene High School. Tyler Henry alongside you, Brian Dennett, handling all of our camera and production duties today, and a shift from the winter into the spring as it's our first Diamond game of the year here on the baseball diamond, featuring the Salina South Cougars and the Abilene Cowboys, both looking to get their seasons off on good starts. We'll see who can come out on top. A fun series last season between these two. Of course, both of those games did go the way of the eventual third-place Abilene Cowboys. They took game number 1, 5-1. They took game number 2, 15-3. They did lose a little bit more, though, than what this South team lost. We talked about this Cougar squad a season ago. They were fairly young, and you look at what they brought back this year, they are going to be a formidable foe again here in Class 5A. They also made an incredible run through the state tournament and through the regional tournament that many thought they would not have an opportunity to make. So things that we'll talk about throughout the course of the broadcast, but it should make for a fun matchup here against Salina South representing the AVCTL in Class 5A, Abilene representing the NCKL in Class 4A, and a good early season baseball matchup here on opening day as the Cowboys are ready to roll. And it will be Jake Bartley on the hill here for the Cowboys. Again, one of the stalwarts of last year's team and one of the top returners, a guy that has done a lot right and worked his way in as a freshman just one season ago. Remember, Bartley was really the only freshman that saw consistent time for this team a season ago. His first pitch will miss up and away for ball one. Let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup here for the Salina South Cougars. Yaden Montanez will lead things off from his spot at second base as he cuts through a high fastball, and the count goes even at 1-1. Caden Stouffer, the second baseman, will bat in the two-hole. Then your pitcher, Jace Humphrey, first baseman Wyatt Breeden in the cleanup spot here today. This ball fouled away, back to the backstop here, and the count goes to 1-2 in favor of Bartley. Batting fifth, it's third baseman Aiden Spielman, then designated hitter Jackson Anthony, center fielder Landon Huffman, right fielder Landon Putman, and left fielder Grant Williams brings up the rear of the Salina South lineup here today. Bartley stares in here, slow delivery on 1-2, and tries to get Montanez to chase upstairs, nothing doing there. This is one of the earliest games. Matter of fact, this was the first game that we had a chance to cover on Game of the Week a year ago. It was a fun doubleheader then. Expecting more good baseball action here today as we've got a ball sliced off down the right side. Boy, just a reminder, those really good-looking parking spots, they look really good until the first foul ball gets hit that way, and then you go, oh, you know what? Maybe that's why the front row parking was still out there. 1-2 from Bartley. It's going to be chopped foul down the third base line. Coach Bartley standing out there ready for whatever comes his way, and he'll get the ball back to his son Jake on the hill. Take you around the horn here for the Abilene Cowboys in just a bit, but for now, again, it's Bartley with a quick pitch there. This ball shot to second, picked up there by Evans. His throw to first is in time, and the first out of the game is recorded as Levi Evans gets that to Taylor over at first. Let's go ahead and take you around the horn here for the Abilene Cowboys. It'll be Tyler Holloway starting behind the plate. Taylor gets the start over at first. Levi Evans is at second. Thomas Keener is your shortstop. And then you've got the Hookman brothers, one at third and one out in right. Caden Thrower in center. And Veal gets the start today out in left. Next batter here is Caden Stouffer, the shortstop for Salina South. Again, batting from the right side. He'll dig in. Bartley looks in for the sign, rocks into the windup. First pitch on the way, and misses away for ball one. It's always interesting to see whether guys want to be aggressive right out of the gates. Obviously, you haven't seen live hitting at any point throughout the course of the year outside of maybe scrimmaging your own team. It's always a little bit different here in these first couple of games as you look to see pitchers settle in. Bartley no different here. His 2-0 pitch is in there for a called strike, and that'll bring the count to 2-1 on Caden Stouffer. A lot of familiar faces in this Salina South lineup from a season ago. Next offering misses inside. Bartley claps the mitt in frustration there. And an ideal hitter's count as Caden Stouffer looks to get Salina South rolling here. patient and takes a really good-looking breaking ball from the lefty. It's tough to find good southpaw pitching. Bartley is certainly that. His 3-2 misses up and away, and it's a walk to Caden Stouffer. First base runner of the season for the Salina South Cougars is Stouffer, and that will bring up Jace Humphrey. Humphrey, an excellent basketball player as well in his own right, and these two had a really fun matchup on the court earlier this year in the opening round of the Salina Invitational Tournament. That actually went the way of the Cougars. It was one of their marquee wins of the season against a team for Abilene that went to state in Class 4A as this ball gets away from Holloway, and moving up 90 feet on the passed ball is Caden Stouffer. So Stouffer now in scoring position, a chance for Salina South to try to get it rolling. If nothing else, just try to move him over, get him in. Runs have come at a premium at times against Abilene pitching. Next offering here, breaking ball, just catches the outer half. And the count goes even at 1-1. Go back to that 5-1 win for Abilene. The only run came on an RBI single for Colton Herbal. There are a lot of missing pieces from last year's team. Caden Budke, Brady Howard, Colton Herbal, but you get down to this part of the lineup and you see a lot of familiar faces. Jace Humphrey and Landon Putnam among them. And Humphrey batted in the cleanup spot on opening day in Salina last year when these two linked up. Two balls, one strike. Humphrey standing in, the pitch on the way, and breaks out the 9-iron, chases at a pitch in the dirt. And that is in for a strike. So Abilene going to have to settle in here. Runner moving up into scoring position off the pass ball, as I mentioned before. Cowboys looking to get their bats up here early. One away in the inning already. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Boy, that was a nasty curveball. You don't see that much break typically at the 4A level, but Bartley really brought that thing home with some purpose. So he's gotten Humphrey to chase low twice. We'll see if he goes back to the well or maybe comes back with a high fastball. 2-2 count. He still has a pitch to waste. Runner hesitates there. Big secondary for Stouffer out at second. And the pitch misses high. Did, in fact, try to get Humphrey to chase up. Humphrey left it there. The count now full. First full count of the day. Pitch on the way. And it misses in the dirt. Back-to-back walks here for Jake Bartley. And Humphrey will take his base. Runners aboard at first and second now for Wyatt Breeden.
Number 9, Wyatt Breeden.
And an early trip here to the mound as Coach Bartley waiting on the official word there from the umpire before heading out. And we'll now go have a word with his hurler. More than likely just a conversation, trying to get Bartley to settle down. Last year, Bartley part of a really solid pitching core for this Abilene team, but he was far from the opening day starter, as it was Kyson Becker who got the start in game number 1. Thomas Keener got the win in game 2. Stockton Timbrook pitched some really good innings for this team. Bartley came in, actually got his debut in his freshman season against this very South lineup, where he tossed 2 1/3 with 4 strikeouts, did not allow a hit or a run, did not walk anybody either. But right now, a bit of an early jam here in the top of the first as the pitch comes home. And it's another outside the zone trying to paint the corner there, but Wyatt Breeden leaves it inside or outside. You've also got to wonder as this ball will float back in for a called strike. That'll even the count at 1-1. Whether South is going to be a little more patient as this game goes on. At a certain point, you just wait for Bartley to put a few in the zone. But free passes issued for the first 2 that have gotten aboard following the ground out from Yaden Montanez. The 1-1. Big swing, slow, lazy roller down the first base line, and that is out of play and foul. Quick reminder, coverage of today's game is presented by Don's Tire and Supply and by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. Two proud sponsors of Abilene Athletics and coverage here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Glad to be bringing you some Diamond coverage, plenty of baseball and softball action coming your way this spring. It all starts here on opening day in Abilene. Here is the 1-2. And it misses low, gets by Holloway again, and everybody's going to move up a station. So that is the second passed ball. The first one was a tough pitch that you couldn't really fault Holloway for not picking. That one, it seemed like just kind of popped out behind him. And now a dream situation for the Cougars as they're looking at second and third and only one out. If you're Wyatt Breeden, you're the cleanup guy for a reason. And he'll take outside another one of those big sweeping curveballs. And the count goes to 2-2. Bartley got ahead of the first batter. He has since fallen behind the last few, but this ball is chopped to second, picked up. They try to bring it home, and the runner's safe. And I'm not sure about that decision by Levi Evans. More often than not, in a situation like that, you're going to trade the run for the out. And instead, Breeden will take his base at first. Humphrey will slide up to third, and Caden Stouffer comes in to score the first run of the game.
Aiden Spielman, Anthony on deck, Huffman in the hole, one away.
And unfortunately, I don't think you can rule that an RBI because for Breeden, that's going to go down in the book as a fielder's choice. So runners at the corners. First pitch to Aiden Spielman is in there for a called strike on the outer half. And that's what Bartley's got to do. You just got to settle in and get ahead of some hitters. It's been pretty easy for the last few guys to step in when you get ahead in the count, 1-0, 2-0. Here a pitch at the knees that'll miss inside, and the count goes 2-1-1. Worth noting as well, our landscape consultants' weather and field conditions here on this all-grass natural surface. It's about 78 degrees, plenty of sunshine, also plenty of wind. It is blowing out to straightaway center today. So you get a hold of one, it's going to go. And you wonder if that might give us some explosives here in a game like this. 1-2 pitch from Bartley is fouled away. And this is what I was talking about. Bartley now ahead of Spielman. And now he can kind of play around with those corners. Spielman has to be protective. That's how he got Montanez. Middle infield back at double play depth here. The 1-2 from Bartley. It's fouled away again. Abilene in that second game last year, they had a field day. Zach Miller scored 5 times. That's another of the graduates from that class that was able to finish third at state as this ball shot foul down the third base line. Good protection by Aiden Spielman. Abilene finishing third at state was not a surprise. What was a surprise to many was a fourth-place finish for the Salina South Cougars. They came into regionals as the 11th seed. Not many people expected them to win a game, but they knocked off Great Bend. They knocked off Emporia. They advanced to state. They won their first game there and then took a loss and fell to their rival in Salina Central in the third-place game. Central came in as the 16th seed. They had an even tougher road. It was a great day for the Salina schools all the way through that tournament. And they had a lot of fun doing it. Here it's the fourth 1-2 pitch, and it misses inside. Good patience for Aiden Spielman. That's kind of the one challenge for a pitcher like Bartley when you've got that left-handed curveball that comes in to right-handed hitters. It's tough to get that pitch to sweep away. The 2-2. That ball lifted out to right. Hookman back on his horse will make the catch. It should be deep enough, though, to score the run, and it will easily, as a sac fly from Aiden Spielman brings Jace Humphrey in to score from third, and it's a 2-0 lead here for the Salina South Cougars in the top of the first.
Huffman makes the catch, 2 down. At the plate is number 10, Jackson Anthony. Huffman on deck, Putman in the hole.
So Wyatt Breeden remains at first. Jackson Anthony will step to the dish here. Huffman in the on-deck circle if they can get to him. It's part of the two-landed tandem in Landon Huffman and Landon Putnam. Hitting in those 7 and 8 hole spots. First pitch on the way. And fouled off again. Boy, we have seen a lot of long early at-bats, and you got to wonder, too, longevity-wise, what that might do to Bartley's arm. It's still very early in this game, but you never want your pitch count to be this high in the first inning. And this South lineup is making him work for everything that he's got. This is called strike on the inner half. Good pitch. And this is what we were talking about. Bartley ahead in the count, 0-2. Great opportunity to get out of this inning with just the 2 runs of damage done. Get those Abilene bats back up. Pitch on the way, laced foul down the right field line. Just beyond the Abilene dugout. Cowboy Baseball also brought to you in part today by Amanda West State Farm Agency and by Kansas Wesleyan University. K-Dub off to a good start in their baseball and softball seasons. 0-2, big swing and a miss. Anthony caught trying to elevate on a fastball up, and that'll bring an end to the top of the first, but not before the Cougars strike for 2 runs. They take the early lead here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. Coverage brought to you by Don's Tire and Supply.
Kurt here from Abilene Termite and Pest Control. We can't control pests like that unemployed 25-year-old living in your basement, but the creepy crawly ones are our specialty. From Salina to Manhattan, Clay Center to Hillsboro, and everywhere in between. We've been locally owned and here for you since 1951, offering great service, a firm handshake, and no long-term contracts. Visit AbileneTermite.com or find us on Facebook. I'm Kurt Phillips, and we'll keep the bugs out for you.
Confidence. It's important to have when you're on the road. With innovative Bridgestone tires on your car, truck, SUV, or minivan, you're riding on tires you can trust. Bridgestone tires are engineered to give you peace of mind so you can focus on enjoying the journey. So whether you're on your morning commute, a cross-country road trip, or a relaxing Sunday drive, Bridgestone tires will be with you wherever life's roads may lead. Bridgestone, your journey, our passion. Available at
Don's Tire and Supply, your local Bridgestone dealer, serving Abilene and the surrounding areas for over 40 years. Don's Tire in South Abilene or donstire.net.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Welcome back into coverage of Abilene and Salina South doing battle here on the Baseball Diamond. Coverage of this contest is brought to you by Abilene Termite and Pest Control and Don's Tire and Supply. Would also like to thank Hirsch Real Estate with 2 locations and 7 agents serving all of Northeast and North Central Kansas. Cowboys up to bat, down by 2. A familiar lineup. A lot of familiar faces for this Cowboys squad. Again, they finished 3rd at state last year in Class 4A, and they are punching up here against a 5A team that they were able to sweep in 2 games a season ago. First pitch is on the way. Late swing as Levi Evans, boy, thought about that perhaps a touch too late, and falls behind in the count, 0-1. Let's take a look at your starting lineups for the Abilene Cowboys, presented by the good folks at Billings Group. As the second pitch will miss away here. Levi Evans, your second baseman, will lead things off. He's followed in the order by shortstop Thomas Keener, pitcher Jake Bartley, and third baseman Heath Hookman in the cleanup spot today. Batting fifth, it's the catcher Tyler Holloway, then right fielder Lane Hookman as a big breaking ball misses low for a ball. Left fielder Cole Veal in the 6th spot today. In the 7th spot, Cannon Taylor bats 8th, the first baseman, and Caden Thrower, the center fielder, will bat in the rear spot of the Cowboy lineup today. Jace Humphrey is the opening day starter here for the Salina South Cougars. And, boy, there you go, right to the hot corner as a ball raked at Spielman, who makes the catch for out number 1.
Makes the catch, 1 away. Now batting is the shortstop, number 11, Thomas Keener.
So Thomas Keener will stride to the dish. That gives us a chance to introduce, again, Jace Humphrey, the starting pitcher for this team. Humphrey did some good work with his arm a season ago as well, one of the veterans for this Cougar squad. Right-handed pitcher facing off here against the left-handed Thomas Keener. Salina South rocking the all-white pants, black jerseys, black numerals trimmed in white, maybe a little bit of green there to them, but mostly a black and white look. Meanwhile, for Abilene, they come out today in the all-white pants, orange pinstripe jerseys, black numerals, or brown numerals rather, trimmed in white. Here's a ball slapped to center, but a good read for Huffman, who looks up and makes the catch, and it's 2 away here in the first. Speaking of which, let's take you around the horn here for the Salina South Cougars. Bronx Sitton is your starting catcher today. It's Breeden over at first, Montanez at second. Stouffer is your starting shortstop, and Spielman is at third. And your outfield from left to right, Williams, Huffman, and Putnam patrolling the deepest parts of the ballpark here today. Miss here with the first pitch, and the count goes to 1-0. Here on Jake Bartley, looking to help his team get a few of those runs back here in the home half of the first. Takes a breaking ball in at the feet. The count goes to 2-0. Like I said, you look at the starting 9 for this Abilene team, and it looks awfully familiar from last year's team. They did lose some critical seniors, but still a lot of talent for this team as Bartley skies this one high on the infield. Settling over and making the catch is Breeden. And a quick 3-up, 3-down inning for Jace Humphrey and the South Cougars. We'll step away. Inning number 2 when we come back here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
To the second we go. Jackson Anthony, Landon Huffman, and Landon Putman, your 3-2 up here for the Salina South Cougars. First pitch swinging and fouling it away is Jackson Anthony. Coverage of today's game is presented by Don's Tire and Supply right here in Abilene. Worth noting, the 2 runs that Salina South was able to collect back in the top of the first came without the aid of a single hit. It was a walk issued to Caden Stouffer. He moved up twice on pass balls. Jace Humphrey walked and moved up on a pass ball, and then a fielder's choice and a sacrifice fly are how the 2 runs came in for the Cougars. So Anthony, the DH today, stands in from the right side. Pitch to him. That is laced into left field. That'll get past the glove of Hookman, and he will take his base with a leadoff single. And, well, there you go. We were talking about no hits yet for Salina South. They collect their first to lead off the second inning. And that will bring Landon Huffman to the plate. Actually, no, that will bring Landon Putman to the plate. Landon Huffman reaches on the single. Squaring to bunt, popping it up. That's back to the catcher. Throw to first is in time, and they double off Landon Huffman. Wow. Huffman caught off the bag there on a bad bunt by Putnam. And it's the old P2-3 to take both away there. big break for the Abilene Cowboys, and Grant Williams strides to the dish. First pitch to him is in there for a called strike. And you want to talk about a confidence play for Jake Bartley. Easy to settle back in. You give up a single on the first batter you face in the inning, but you get the quick double play. Now you're ahead 0-2 and a chance to quickly put this inning to bed. 2 down, Huffman, as Williams takes the pitch down and in, the 9-hole hitter. Montanez, who led things off with the ground out, is standing on deck. 1-2 pitch, fought off well. That's what South's been doing a lot of here today. They've been pesky. Not going away, not swinging at bad pitches for the most part. And anything close, they've managed to just fight off and look for their pitch. Long look in here from Bartley, the 1-2. And that will miss inside to even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. This pitch is taken to center. Coming in on it is Thrower, who looks up and makes the catch, and that will put an end to a quick top of the second. We go to the home half of inning number 2. Coverage of Abilene baseball is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialist will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
2-0 lead for the Salina South Cougars. Abilene looking to get some of those runs back. And, boy, Jake Bartley kind of had to labor his way through the first couple of innings. Not the same for Jace Humphrey, who came out. He tossed about 10 pitches, picked up 3 outs as part of a 1-2-3 inning, and now faces the heart of the Abilene order with Heath Hookman, Tyler Holloway, and Lane Hookman, the 3 due up to start off the inning, and 3 of the guys that were in the starting lineup a season ago for this Abilene squad. Hookman, boy, like I said, he had a day. To be fair, everybody in the lineup had a day in the 15-3 run rule shortened win over the Cougars in game number 2 last year. And boy, Hookman trying to pick up right where he leaves off. That is past the diving glove of Putnam. Hookman turns. He will take second. It's a good throw, but it's not nearly in time. And a leadoff double for Heath Hookman will put the Cowboys on the base paths for the first time today and bring up the catcher in Tyler Holloway.
Hookman doubles, brings up the catcher, number 30.
Well struck ball out to right. You got to give Putnam credit for laying out for that. He was close enough to give it a dive, but was not close enough to actually get there. And it's a chance here for the Cowboys to get it back as they've got the tying run early in this game on or at home plate. Holloway, the catcher, batting from the right side. He stands in now. First pitch to him, that big, sweeping breaking ball. Boy, both of these pitchers have a nasty curve. That thing had so much movement on it. You just got to be careful, though, not to hang one of those, or it's going to be a long night. Big strike zone for Holloway. Digs back in. Humphrey stares in for the sign. He'll check the runner back to second a couple of times. Nobody holding him on. And, well, it doesn't matter if he went around on that or not. It's the breaking ball to Holloway for strike 2. Like I said, it's a great pitch. Probably wanted a little bit lower, though. 0-2 the count. Holloway digs back in. Good pop in the bat. Pitch on the way. There's the curveball. This one, though, is lined directly to the third baseman. Boy, Spielman's been busy early in this game. That's the second line drive that he's had to handle, but that's why they call it the hot corner. And he is able to take care of it just fine as Lane Hookman strides to the plate. Abilene would love to find a way to turn this into a bit of a rally here and get some runs on the board. Still just an early 2-0 lead for Salina South. So nothing to be too concerned about. And timeout call. This, taking a lot of time there to get the pitch was Humphrey. Humphrey now at the ready, looks in, finds the sign that he likes. And will deliver the pitch. That misses high, right above the eyes to Lane Hookman. They've been kind of toying a little bit with Heath Hookman over there at second base, but I mean, really nobody holding him on in a way that would lead you to believe they're going to try a pickoff move. Right now, the shortstop Stouffer is shading behind. Now he'll float back out to his spot. And the next pitch in for a called strike. And this is one of the most challenging things, I think, for a high school pitcher, as they're going to jog out and actually have a word about something. But, sometimes you let a runner on base, especially early in the season, and it can be easy to get too focused on the runner on base and not focus as much on the hitter. You see a lot of guys fall behind in counts, but, good pitch there by the aforementioned Humphrey. And with the count sitting at 1-2, chance for Humphrey to try to get out of the early trouble after giving up the leadoff double to Hookman. Lane Hookman trying to bring his brother in from second. Stands aboard from the right side. Quick correction, 1-1 is the count. Pitch on the way, struck back near the middle, picked up there by the shortstop. That's Stouffer, throw to first. Boy, good play there by Breeden, who almost got pulled off the bag, but a routine 6-3 will put 2 away for Cole Veal. It will move Heath Hookman just 90 feet away. And a chance here for Jace Humphrey to try and get out of the inning unscathed after a quick 1-2-3 inning. He's only given up the 1 hit so far today. Cole Veal, another right-handed bat. First pitch, curveball in there for a called strike. It's a really good pitch there for Humphrey. A breaking ball starts in on the hands and then just slices across the inside corner of the zone. The 0-1. That one a called strike as well, as they're going to say Veal went around on that. That pitch outside the zone. Now Veal got to be careful. One of the few guys in the starting lineup that was not in the starting 9 on opening day a season ago. Humphrey working out of the windup with that runner on third. The 0-2 tries to get him to chase the fastball up. Still no strikeouts for either of these two pitchers just yet. Humphrey, again, still working from the windup. Brings home the pitch and misses inside. And boy, he has just been leaning and leaning and leaning on that breaking ball. But sooner or later, going to have to go to something else here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Humphrey delivers the pitch and gets him on the breaking ball. The first strikeout of the day for Humphrey and the end of the inning for the Abilene Cowboys. We go to the third, still a 2-0 lead for the visiting Cougars of Salina South. Coverage of this baseball game presented by Don's Tire and Supply.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
When there is wastewater backing up into your home, time is crucial. Hours are precious to minimize the mess and damage. That is where Salina Septic Service looks out for you with direct access to their dispatch board, so you can schedule the first available appointment, upload pictures and description of your problem on the Salina Septic Service website, and secure your appointment 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Money-saving specials now and information on worry-free service plans when you visit salinasepticservice.com.
Top of the order to lead things off here in the third inning for Salina South. Yaden Montanez, Caden Stouffer, and Jace Humphrey, your first three up. And the first pitch, boy, Bartley kind of fell off the hill a little bit there, but it is a strike, so maybe reach back for a little something extra on that fastball. Now working at a blistering pace and gets Montanez behind. And that's one thing Bartley will do. You don't see a lot of high school pitchers do this, but he'll mix up the speed of his delivery. Got to make sure it's not an illegal quick pitch, but yeah, he comes home quick with this and is going to induce a pop-up to center. Thrower is in, and the catch is made for out number one. And you could just tell, I mean, Bartley had Montanez right where he wanted him. I think Montanez wanted to slow that down a little bit and extend the at-bat. And Bartley said, hey, get in the box. We're doing this right now. So now, Caden Stouffer and Jace Humphrey, your 2-2 up for the Cougars. First pitch misses up and away here. These are the two that came in to score the 2 runs for South in the first inning. Both reached via a walk. Pitch on the way. Big swing and a miss. And boy, Bartley has really settled in, I think, since that double play. Again, gave up the single to Huffman, the first and only hit so far for the Cougars, and since then it's been relatively smooth sailing. Here's a good pick for Keener, and the throw to first is in time. That is a tough play to make, but Keener, an excellent defensive shortstop, picks it up, makes a strike throw to first, and it's 2 down for Jace Humphrey. Abilene also trusting everybody in the field in the lineup as well. They do not roll with a DH for this game. So all 9 that you see in the field are the 9 in the batting order. Bronx Sitton is the only person who will not hit and field today as this ball is poked into right field. Jace Humphrey has got a nice little base knock. And the Cougars set up shop with 2 away here for Wyatt Breeden, their cleanup hitter. Mentioned earlier that there are familiar faces for Salina South, but yeah, you go back to their opening day lineup a season ago, a lot of guys that are not here now. Colton Herbal, Brady Howard, Caden Butke. Quick throw back to first, not in time. Tristan Bernhardt, one of their top pitching prospects from a season ago. Dawson Dooley and Ryan Brown, all guys that were in the lineup a season ago who are not in the South lineup today. But the players on this team, many of them did get that experience at the state tournament as they brought home a 4th place finish in Class 5A and are trying to pick up where they left off and keep that momentum rolling. In all the chaos here, there still has not been a pitch delivered to Breeden. This is the first. And Breeden is going to slap it into foul territory, giving chase. No, that's a fair ball. They will throw this into third. Cutoff throw comes in on the foot. Not in time. Throw back to second. Also not in time. And a double for Wyatt Breeden on a ball that it looked like was going to blow foul is going to put runners on second and third with 2 down for Aiden Spielman.
Base is number 2, Aiden Spielman.
Boy, they almost got the runner at third. It was one of those perfect throws that ended up cleat high on a high slide as Jace Humphrey went barreling into third. So Spielman, who drove in the run with the sacrifice fly back in the first inning, will stand in. Chance for him to bring in even more runs. Plenty of real estate right now in right center field as Caden Thrower is shading the right-handed batting Spielman a little bit to the left as we view it from behind the backstop. And Bartley trying to do this again and just go quick, but he falls behind 2-0. It's a good strategy if you can find a way to just kind of shake the confidence of the batter, but yeah, Spielman, I mean, he's a veteran. He knows what's going on as he holds his arm out for time until he is fully set and ready. Bartley wants to go quick again and induces a foul ball. That one back into the parking lot once again, and the count goes to 2-1. Fly out to center, a ground out. It was 2 away in this inning. And since then, South, a single and a double, and now they've got 2 runners in scoring position with 2 down. This could be a tipping point in this game early on. The 2-1 is hit well over the head into the gap. That is going to take a skip and a hop in front of Veal. 1 run comes in to score. 2 runs come in to score. And it's a bases clearing 2 RBI single for Aiden Spielman as the Cougars double their lead. They're up 4-0 here in the home or the visitors' half of the third.
Spielman's hit brings in 2 runs. Now batting is number 10.
Boy, what a day for Aiden Spielman.
Putman in the hole, 2 outs.
He has got 3 RBI in his first 2 plate appearances of the season. And they may not be done yet as Jackson Anthony stands in. And Anthony will poke one up the right side, but this is picked by Evans. His throw to first is in time, and that will end the top of the third, but not before Salina South doubles their lead. They take a 4-0 edge here as we go to the home half of inning number 3. You are watching Abilene Baseball on the Salina Post Game of the Week. It's presented by Don's Tire and Supply.
I'm Ryan Arms, your mortgage loan originator at Equity Bank here in Salina, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Salina resident here to tell you our bank can offer you mortgage and refinance options with terms designed for you. Why leave our community when you can choose the bank that never forgets it's your money? With 2 locations in town on Ohio Street and Santa Fe Avenue, there's no better time to apply online, in person, or over the phone. Learn more at equitybank.com, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at Southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Welcome back in here on our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented today by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. It will be the 8, 9, and 1-hole hitters due up here for Abilene. Cannon Taylor, Caden Thrower, and Levi Evans. And a 4-0 lead here for the Cougars. So far, the only threat has been Heath Hookman. He reached on a double and then came to third on a ground out. But aside from that, it's been 6 up, 6 down for Jace Humphrey, who's looking good here early and will induce a swing and a miss for Cannon Taylor on the first pitch of the at-bat. First time through the lineup, pitch to Taylor, breaking ball away, called a ball. As you saw the catcher, Bronk, sit and turn around and I think maybe ask the umpire where that was. Want to also thank a special sponsor in Abilene Car Sales on Northwest 3rd in Abilene and AbileneCarSales.com. Big swing and a miss here for Cannon Taylor, who falls behind 1-2. Also, Astra Bank, proudly supporting area student-athletes in and around Abilene. 1-1 is the count. Humphrey delivers the pitch well outside. Easy take there for Cannon Taylor. And the count to 2-1. Taylor, another one of the new faces here, at least to the opening day lineup. 2-2 on its way to him. Breaking ball in the dirt. Good stop there by Sitton, but the count is full. And Humphrey, who got ahead early, has kind of wasted a little bit and fallen behind now, as he will look to settle down and record an out here. Payoff pitch. Chopped foul down the third base line. Good hands there by Coach Bartley down the line. We snagged that barehanded. Count stays 3-2. Abilene giving South a taste of their own medicine, fighting off some of these early pitches. Here comes the payoff pitch, and it misses in the dirt. That is the first walk of the day issued by Jace Humphrey, and it puts Cannon Taylor on base here for Caden Thrower, the center fielder, with the top of the order looming. And especially in the high school game, second time through the lineup is usually where you see some of these hitters start to figure it out. thrower, a rollover guy, trying to get things back to the top of the order. And scores to bunt, pulls it back. There's a back pick attempt. Oh, and they would have had him. But Breeden just didn't keep the glove down. I think he expected that Taylor wasn't as far off the bag as he was. That was a good throw by Sitton. But the runner will remain at first here with nobody out. Again, Levi Evans in the on-deck circle. Thrower looking to get it back to him. And Abilene maybe trying to play some small ball here. Breaking ball right in there for a called strike. And the count goes to 0-2 on Caden Thrower. He's going to have to protect now. Thrower will call time. Humphrey had settled in well. He was ready to go, but hey, you just see there, Thrower wanted a moment. And now we'll step back in. We are ready for the 0-2. Pitch on the way, misses low. And the count 2-1-2 here. Got to think that Caden Thrower knew there was a waste pitch in there somewhere. Was probably not expecting anything too tasty. Humphrey at the ready, brings home the next pitch. It's a swing and a miss. Another throw back down to first. It's close but not in time, and that's the second strikeout of the day for Jace Humphrey. As Caden Thrower is down for the first out, and the top of the order is back up with Levi Evans. Evans 0 for 1, a line out to third in his first at-bat. Boy, strictly in terms of weather, it is beautiful out here, save for the wind. Just a touch under 80. Nice breeze, at least here under the backstop. It's more than a breeze, though, if you get out on the field. As a throwback to first is not in time. Talking about some of the gusts and how that might impact today's games. The wind is supposed to calm down a little bit here around 7, but for right now, we've got gusts of up to 31 miles an hour, and it is blowing out. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball in there for a called strike. And, boy, that's been, I would argue, the best pitch of Jace Humphrey today, that curveball away to the right-handed hitter. Evans digs in, got to be cautious. Another quick pickoff move. Breeden able to sky up and make the catch. Got to be cautious if you're Humphrey. 1-0 count. Pitch on the way to Humphrey, or from Humphrey, and it's a strike. Swinging for Levi Evans. Evans eagerly slapped at a pitch outside, pulled it right to the third baseman. Again, his first time up. Looking to straighten her out here. Runner aboard at first, second time through the order here for the Cowboys. The 1-1. This one taken back to Humphrey. He'll go the short way for one. They're going for the double play. And let's see. No, they're going to say that Breeden was unable to keep his foot on the bag as he came out to collect it. So Evans will reach on a fielder's choice, but will get no further. And Cannon Taylor is out at second. That's 2 down in the inning here for Thomas Keener. Keener 0 for 1. He flew out to center his first time up. Home half of inning number 3. Again, high school plays 7 innings. Shortened from the typical 9. First pitch, boy, another breaking ball and another back pick attempt. And Bronx Sitton's not off on many of these by much. He has been right there at potentially cutting somebody down over at first. Earlier, it was Cannon Taylor. Right now, it's Levi Evans. But you got to be cautious of that back pick. The 0-1. And the breaking ball in is a called strike. And again, that can be a tricky pitch to a left-handed hitter because it starts out looking so far away and then breaks in and cuts that corner on the outside half of the plate. See if Humphrey goes right for him here. The 0-2 is just outside, trying to bring that breaking ball a little further away. And a good layoff and a good take. So Keener looking to straighten it out. Runner on first. Just 2 base runners today for the Cowboys. 3 if you count the fielder's choice. And a big swing and a miss. That's the 3rd strikeout of the day for Jace Humphrey, 2 in this inning. And that will bring us to the end of inning number 3. We go to the 4th. Coverage of this game of the week is presented by the good folks at Don's Tire and Supply.
Are you ready to make a meaningful impact? Join our professional healthcare team at Salina Regional Health Center. We're seeking dedicated individuals who are eager to provide exceptional care to our community. Our growing organization offers competitive pay, comprehensive benefits, and opportunities for growth. We are committed to supporting you in your career. If you're ready to join a team that values compassion, teamwork, and outstanding patient care, apply now at srhc.com or reach out to me, Tess Madro, in Human Resources. Great careers start here. Salina Regional Health Center, we take care of you so you can care for others.
I've always believed in love stories that last forever. At Vernon Jewelers, we've been crafting these stories for 141 years. Each piece is a chapter in a journey, a testament to timeless romance. Whether it's an engagement ring or a cherished anniversary gift, we create memories that sparkle. Look for that iconic sign and discover our collection and personalized customer service in our 141st year. We're not old, just really good at what we do. Vernon Jewelers in downtown Salina, because love deserves that perfect setting.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back in. Coverage of Abilene and Salina South presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. And the first pitching change of the day, first pitching change of the season. We'll see Thomas Keener take over on the hill for Jake Bartley, who went the first 3 innings, as we are now in the top of inning number 4. He'll get the bottom third of the order to start. Landon Huffman, Landon Putman, and Grant Williams. Bartley slides over to first. We'll try to get you updated on all the defensive shifting, as there is a good amount of changes out there, obviously, with Bartley swapping out. But the first pitch for Keener is in for a called strike. He will settle back in. Next pitch on the way, called strike as well. 2 takes for Landon Huffman, who singled back in the second inning, but then got doubled off at first on the bad bunt by Landon Putman. Got to be cautious here with an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way from Keener. Got him. Well, a good start for Thomas Keener. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and 1 out. Quick work there. Brings up Landon Putman. Again, Putman last time up just kind of got under a bunt, popped it up. It was picked up by Holloway, who threw to first for the out. Next pitch on the way. That's no good. First ball of the outing for the new hurler in Keener. And after 3 straight strikes and a strikeout, it's back-to-back balls to start this next at-bat. 2-0 pitch. Misses low. Patience here for Putnam. Just looking to get himself aboard and maybe start a little something here for the Cougars, who lead it 4-0. And it is, called strike on the inner half, but clearly taking all the way was Putman. So he'll take the bat off the shoulder here. The 3-1 pitch from Keener. is a called strike. So Keener fell behind 3-0. He's battled back to fill the count. One strikeout for him already. It was a looking strikeout. Here comes the payoff pitch. And this ball is shot to short, picked up. The throw to first is there in time. And that will be the second out of the inning. As they are able to get that done, your new shortstop is Heath Hookman, who slides over from third.
Hookman makes the throw to Bartley. 2 down. Now batting left fielder number 23, Grant Williams. Montanez on deck, Stouffer in the hole.
So I believe it was Taylor who slid over to third base. Hookman slid to short. Bartley took over at first. And the first pitch here is low to Grant Williams. Things tend to get a little chaotic when all the pitching changes begin. Here the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike to Grant Williams. Williams flew out to center field his first time up. The 1-1 pitch is in for a called strike, and you see there doing a good job painting the corners with that fastball. Good work for Thomas Keener. Next delivery to the 9-hole hitter, that misses upstairs. And an easy layoff for Grant Williams. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away here in the top of the 4th. Cowboys trailing 4-0. Keener's pitch. Ooh, awfully close. That's the one he froze Huffman on for the strikeout to start this inning. But he will get no such chase out of Grant Williams, at least not there. The payoff pitch is lifted into the gap in right center. Hookman over. Thrower makes the catch. And it's a 3-up, 3-down inning to start the outing for Thomas Keener. But his Cowboys still trail 4-0. We're back with more coverage of Abilene baseball when we return. It is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
Kurt here from Abilene Termite and Pest Control. We can't control pests like that unemployed 25-year-old living in your basement, but the creepy crawly ones are our specialty. From Salina to Manhattan, Clay Center to Hillsboro, and everywhere in between. We've been locally owned and here for you since 1951, offering great service, a firm handshake, and no long-term contracts. Visit AbileneTermite.com or find us on Facebook. I'm Kurt Phillips, and we'll keep the bugs out for you.
Confidence. It's important to have when you're on the road. With innovative Bridgestone tires on your car, truck, SUV, or minivan, you're riding on tires you can trust. Bridgestone tires are engineered to give you peace of mind so you can focus on enjoying the journey. So whether you're on your morning commute, a cross-country road trip, or a relaxing Sunday drive, Bridgestone tires will be with you wherever life's roads may lead. Bridgestone, your journey, our passion. Available at
Don's Tire and Supply, your local Bridgestone dealer, serving Abilene and the surrounding areas for over 40 years. Don's Tire in South Abilene or donstire.net.
Halfway home here from Abilene High School in game number 1. Quick reminder, we will be providing coverage of game number 2 of this doubleheader about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. 4-0 is the lead for Salina South. They got 2 runs in the first. They got 2 runs in the third. And a quick reminder, the coverage of today's game is brought to you by Don's Tire and Supply. We'd also like to thank Susie's Deli. If you're looking for the best home-style food, you are looking for Susie's Deli in downtown Abilene. It'll be Jake Bartley, Heath Hookman, and Tyler Holloway, the 3 due up to lead off the inning and face off against Jace Humphrey for a second time here in the order. So far, it's been the Abilene Bats that have gone quiet, at least early in this game, as this ball is popped up and out of play. That'll even the count at 1-1. You got to give a lot of credit to Jace Humphrey. Again, he has been fantastic in his own right as the opening day starter here for the Cougars. This ball is laced out to center. Huffman back at the track. Looks up and makes the catch. Bartley gave it a ride, but that is as far as it goes. It stays in the yard. And it's 1 down here for Heath Hookman. I know we keep referencing it, but again, these two did link up last season. And Jace Humphrey actually did not pitch at any point in that series. They went with Caden Budke, Braden Howard, Tristan Barnhart, Drew Emerson, and Kyle Miller. 5 guys that, at least as far as I know, are all departed from the program now. So a lot of new faces for this Salina South team. One of the consistent faces, though, is head coach Chris Mice, who has been around, I believe, for 16 years now at Salina South and has led this program for a long, long time. Count to 1-1 on Heath Hookman. He has the only hit of the day for the Cowboys. It was a leadoff double in the second inning. Here he'll watch one in the dirt, and the count goes to 2-1. Normally, second time through the order, you'll see guys, like I said, start to figure out a pitcher. You have a chance to see him once, you know, arguably what his best stuff looks like. And you also see pitchers kind of settle into a groove and then taper off a little bit as a fastball is in at the knees, and that'll even the count at 2-2. Humphrey standing in here. Evens the count at 2-2. I also wonder if Humphrey, like anyone else this time of year, might be on an early season pitch count as he tries to induce a chase up and away. Hookman good to leave it there. And the count full now for the fearsome slugger. Rocking into the windup, the payoff to Hookman, and he missed it upstairs. So the second walk of the game for Humphrey will put Hookman aboard. He is the only Cowboy to reach base in both of his at-bats so far. And it brings Tyler Holloway back to the plate.
Hookman on deck, Veal in the hole.
Holloway struck one well, but right into the mid of Spielman at third. It was one of two hard lineouts to the third baseman in this game for the Cowboys. If he gets that one in a gap here, probably going to see second and third. First pitch to him, breaking ball. He is swinging and fouls it back into the parking lot down the right field line. It's going to be a fun spring slate. We got plenty of action for you, and we'll do our best to cover all 10 of our area baseball and softball teams that are playing in and around the Salina area. Of course, Salina South, Salina Central, Abilene, Chapman, southeast of Saline, Bennington, El Saline, Minneapolis, and Ellsworth. Sacred Heart as well. Here comes the next offering, and that misses low. Runner takes off. And a successful stolen base and a late slide for Heath Hookman. Good speed on the base paths. Hookman, not only is Hookman the only Cowboy to reach scoring position, but he's done it twice now. He was stranded at third back in the second. The 1-1 pitch to Holloway. Another breaking ball away, and the count goes to 2-1. And you can also just tell this Abilene team has started to wise up to that breaking ball outside, especially to right-handed hitters. It's a dangerous pitch for Humphrey to bring any further inside. His 2-1. Ooh, would have been a good one to try to go around on. Holloway left it inside. And the count even at 2-2. In on the hands, evens the count. Humphrey looking for what would be his fourth strikeout of the game. The 2-2. Tipped back into the mitt and then dropped by Sitton. Couldn't quite hang on. Holloway stays alive by the slimmest margin. And timeout called again. Humphrey has been content to kind of work at his own pace in this game. And he is ready to go once again. He has not had to work from the stretch a lot either, as there have not been many Cowboys on base through the first 4 innings of this game. Here, sweeping, breaking ball is strike 3. Holloway down looking. And it's the 4th K of the day for Jace Humphrey.
2 down. Right fielder number
Holloway didn't even challenge, didn't even shake his shoulders. He just walked on back to the dugout. That brings up Lane Hookman, who for the second time today has a chance to bring his brother home. Hookman grounded out to short his first time up. First pitch to him. And there it is. Yeah, the breaking ball. It's been the bread and butter of Humphrey all game long. The ultimate equalizer, though, at the high school level can often be the bullpen, and you wonder if Humphrey is going to be able to keep that pitch count low enough to see this one through to the end. Likely not. As time is called again here by Lane Hookman. Humphrey working slowly out there, but it's more methodical than anything. Humphrey from the stretch. Hookman batting from the right side. And a pickoff move back to second. First time we have seen that move today for either team. South looking to get an opening day win. Abilene looking to spoil the party. Long look back to second, the 0-1 pitch. And it's that same breaking ball. This one, though, upstairs. And the count even at 1-1. Still a 4-0 lead for the Cougars. Cowboys looking to eat into that just a touch. The 1-1. Big swing and a miss, and the count goes to 1-2. That's kind of the problem, too, facing Humphrey. I mean, he had thrown probably 4 straight curveballs. Then he comes back and blows the heater by you when you're not ready for it. He throws off the timing of the hitter. Hookman going to have to be protective here. The 1-2. This is in the dirt. And the count goes even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes, pitch on the way, misses up and away, and the count is even at 2-2. Just a quick preview of what we've got coming up next. A baseball doubleheader between Sacred Heart and Minneapolis. You can catch that one next Tuesday. Set for a 4 o'clock start in Salina as our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week rolls into the spring. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. The payoff pitch swung on and missed. And Hookman down on strikes, the 5th K of the day for Jace Humphrey. And that will put a stop to the 4th inning. We go to the 5th, still a 4-0 lead for Salina South. Here on the Salina Post Sports Network, coverage today presented by Don's Tire and Supply.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
Welcome back into our baseball game of the week between Abilene and Salina South. The Cougars lead at 4-0 as we go to the 5th inning. Coverage of today's game is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. And also want to say a special thank you to Salina Used Cars. See their inventory at salinausedcars.com. And also Cowboy Baseball brought to you in part by Amanda West State Farm Agency. 4-0 lead. Cougars looking to add on. And they have put together a solid offensive performance. They haven't had a ton to work with. As a matter of fact, they've only collected 4 hits in this game, but it's been enough to give themselves the advantage. And here it's the top of the order coming through for a 3rd time today, but the first time that they will face off against the new pitcher in Thomas Keener, who came in and quickly slammed the door shut with a 3-up, 3-down inning in the 4th. He is facing Yaden Montanez. Evens the count at 1-1 with a pitch outside the zone. Montanez this game 0 for 2, a ground out and a fly out so far. Leadoff hitter looking to set the table. And boy, just kind of hacks at a pitch outside. Montanez, just a sophomore. This is a fairly young team still for this Salina South Cougar squad. As the 1-2 is popped up, shallow right, coming out and making the catch is Levi Evans. And it's one away here in the 5th. Quick pop out. Only 3 seniors on this Salina South roster. And of the 3, none of them are in the starting 9 today. Lawson Reset, Grant Williams, and Slade Pickerel. Actually, there is 1 senior in the lineup. And now seeing a few more seniors in the lineup as well. As a big swing and a miss. You look at the leaders for this team. Landon Putnam and Jace Humphrey, the 2 biggest names that get the start today. Caden Stouffer standing in, the shortstop, batting from the right side. Pitch will miss in the dirt. And nothing doing there for Keener, who hasn't had a ton of problems with what he's faced so far. Keener working at a more consistent pace than Bartley in terms of bringing the pitches home. The 1-0, fastball right down the pipe for strike 1, and the count even at a ball and a strike. Stouffer, another sophomore. So 2 sophomores at the top of the lineup for this South team. The 1-2. Ooh, good looking pitch. Misses outside. And they will say the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 away here in the top of the 5th. The 2-2. Misses high. And all of a sudden the count's full. It was a 1-2 count. Keener got ahead, has since fallen behind. The payoff pitch is a called strike 3, and that'll put Stouffer down. It's the 2nd strikeout of the outing here for Keener, and it's 2 down in the 5th. Worth noting, both strikeouts for Keener of the looking variety. And now Jace Humphrey, who's been a problem for Abilene today, will stand in. So far, he's reached base twice. He's scored half of the runs for this team, and he'll take a called strike 1 here. A walk back in the 1st, a single in the 3rd. Brought in both times by Aiden Spielman, who's got 3 of the 4 RBI today for the Cougars. This ball popped up, chasing over near the dugout, and making the catch is Bartley. And that is a big recorded out, as it's another 3-up, 3-down inning for Keener, but the Cowboys still trail 4-0. Back with more on the other side. Coverage of this game brought to you by Don's Tire and Supply.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend. From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items, or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
Welcome back in here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented tonight by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. A reminder, we'll have coverage of both games of this doubleheader, and it's another inning of work here for Jace Humphrey on the hill for Salina South. Before we go any further, I want to thank Home Automotive Centers in Abilene and Salina for their support of today's game. Also, Kansas Wesleyan University, who just wrapped up a fantastic women's basketball campaign. Baseball and softball seasons are both underway and in full swing. And you can catch coverage of the softball teams at Bill Burke for Kansas Wesleyan. Those games coming your way at about 1 o'clock this Saturday. Here, it's a 4-0 lead for the visiting Salina South Cougars. And it's Jace Humphrey back on the bump here for the South Cougars. He will face the bottom third of the order: Cole Veal, Cannon Taylor, and Caden Thrower. First pitch is on the way, and it will miss down and outside. Sun's still out. Conditions still very breezy, but very cool, as it's about 76 degrees. Beautiful day for some baseball here on opening day. Boy, you really just don't know what you're going to get weather-wise this time of year. It is a real mixed bag. Seen everything in March baseball, from rain to shine to snow, and just about everything in between. So all things considered, we'll take this as a big swing and a miss for Cole Veal. And the count goes to 2-1. Boy, you've also got to think, we've really seen Humphrey settle in, as this is a called strike on the outer half. And Humphrey, 5 strikeouts, 3 of those 5 have come in the last 5 batters that he's faced. And a breaking ball here is a called strike 3. That'll be strikeout number 6, as Veal, who went down swinging in the second, is going to go down looking here in the 5th. Brings Cannon Taylor to the dish. Abilene got to get something going. Again, so far, Humphrey has allowed only 1 hit in this game. 2 walks and a fielder's choice. Those represent the 4 base runners that Abilene has had today. Home half of the 5th, Cowboys starting to feel the squeeze. This ball chopped to third. It's picked up by Spielman, and his throw all the way across the diamond is in time for another quick out, as Caden Thrower will step to the plate.
Makes the throw to Breeden. 2 down. Center fielder number 4.
1 runner stranded for Abilene in the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. But only 1 player has even reached second base, and that's Heath Hookman, who's done it twice. I think the Abilene dugout playing some walk-up music of their own for their team. And if that is the case, Caden Thrower going with the Pink Panther theme. I love that. A lot of fun here for the kids in Abilene. The 0-1 is on its way. That ball lifted out to left. Tracking in is Williams, and he will make the catch. A quick 1-2-3 inning as we go to the 6th. Still a 4-0 lead for the Salina South Cougars. You're catching it right here on the Salina Post Sports Network, courtesy of Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Back here on the Salina Post Sports Network, coverage of today's game presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. Also brought to you in part by Hirsch Real Estate, with 2 locations and 7 agents serving all of Northeast and North Central Kansas, and by Home Automotive Centers in Abilene and Salina. No matter who you support, head on down to Home Automotive Centers. They've got a location near you. Good day so far for the Salina South Cougars. 2 runs in the first, 2 runs in the third. They did all their damage on just 4 hits today, and just have not needed a lot else thanks to a heroic effort by Jace Humphrey, who himself has allowed only 2 hits, a single and a double, and that's it. Cowboys looking for some quick outs as they are down to their last 6. And a big swing and a miss for Wyatt Breeden, who had one of those hits that I mentioned earlier, a double and a run scored back in the 3rd inning. He stands in, bats from the left side. The 0-1, and it's going to be taken out to center. Caden Thrower tracks over. Oh, boy, early season miscue. It is going to lead to an out as Veal was able to glove it, but boy, you got to concede ground to your center fielder if you're Veal out there. I think that's what Coach Bartley would say.
Veal makes the catch.
Let's be honest, that's what every baseball coach in the country would say. but the result is the same. It's a fly out for Breeden, and it's Aiden Spielman who comes to the plate. And if you're a fan of Abilene right now, you're just happy that Aiden Spielman's batting with nobody on base because he has 3 of the 4 RBI today for the Cougars. He's had a nice day. A sac fly back in the first, a 2 RBI bases clearing single in the third. Here, standing in, pitch on the way is shot foul back to the backstop, and for the first time today, Spielman falls behind 0-2. Rocking into the windup is Keener. Good looking pitch. Missed either low outside or maybe a little of both. And the count goes to 1-2. But Keener has been lights out so far since entering this game. His 1-2 pitch is a breaking ball, awfully close. I think I'm more impressed that Aiden Spielman's been able to lay off of these last 2 pitches, even if you think they're balls. I mean, these are pitches you generally try to foul away just to keep yourself alive. And now one that is fouled away as Keener brings it down, and Spielman will chop it back off into the tree line. Tree's not quite budding yet, but spring is certainly in the air here with April right around the corner. Another good-looking pitch, but it's low for Spielman in the count, or to Spielman. And the count is worked full here. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Good patience for Spielman. Payoff pitch for Keener, and a ball poked up the right side, and Spielman's reign of terror continues. He is 2 for 3 today with 3 RBI, and he's got a little one-out rally going for the Cougars with Jackson Anthony up at the plate. Anthony has had a less good day. He is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. Matter of fact, the bottom 4 spots in the lineup, 5 if you roll it over to the one-hole hitter, are collectively just 1 for 8. As a pickoff move, nowhere near in time to get Anthony over to first. Another pickoff move. Keener just kind of lobbing it over. I think more than anything just to keep Spielman close. Does not look like the kind of move you try to actually get somebody with. Still no pitches thrown here to Anthony. There's the first, and it is shot foul. Once again down the right field line. Landon Huffman going to get it. Not every day you see a junior on foul ball duty. Certainly no lack of freshmen for this South team. The 0-1 to Anthony is just on the outside edge, and it's a called strike. That's the pitch that you could tell Keener was trying to get rolling earlier today in that last at-bat. Right now he's got Anthony right where he wants him. Quick toss over to first. Count remains 0-2. Anthony from the stretch brings home the pitch. Big swing and a miss. And a great day continues here for Thomas Keener. His 3rd strikeout in as many innings. He has conceded just 1 base runner on the single by Spielman, and that will bring up Landon Huffman, who was the first batter that he faced. It was back in the 4th inning, and he got him looking. So this is the 2nd time through the order to face Keener. We'll see what lessons the Cougars have learned, but the bats have been silent ever since he came in. Runner takes off, throw down to second for Holloway. It's going to be close, but not in time. And Aiden Spielman, a successful stolen base, and now maybe you see why Keener was concerned about his speed over at first, as he's in scoring position with 2 away. Pitch misses away here to Huffman. Huffman did have a single back in the 2nd inning, but he got doubled off on the bunt by Putman. Aside from that, the looking strikeout, that came back in the 4th. 2-0. In there for a called strike. No, misses away. And the count goes to 3-0. 3-0 pitch. In for a called strike. Obviously, Huffman taken all the way there. No need to give anything free away, especially not this late in the game with a chance to perhaps add some run support to Jace Humphrey's excellent day. The 3-1. Inside, missed it. And it's another walk. Actually, it's the first walk. Another for Abilene, but the first for Keener. Puts runners on first and second for Landon Putman.
Williams on deck, Montanez in the hole.
Putman, another multi-sport guy, plays basketball. Of course, the starting quarterback when healthy for Salina South, and here batting in the 8-hole for the Cougars today. Takes upstairs, and the count begins at 1-0. Spielman at second, Huffman at first. Spielman, remember, stole the bag. He's got good speed. Anything in a gap in the outfield, I would not be surprised if Coach Mice elects to send him. And wow. Well, that was ambitious, but it almost worked. You don't usually see a back pick attempt to second base, but Spielman maybe had too much of a secondary for the liking of Tyler Holloway, who gave it a look. Might as well, as long as you don't put it into center field. Keener, who had no problems with control until we saw the runner get on first in Spielman, has now missed 7 straight pitches. And you have to wonder if it's the switch to the stretch, because since coming in, Spielman was the first base runner to reach. This is his first time all year, pitching out of the stretch. And it's 2 walks on 8 straight pitches for Grant Williams here, who comes to the plate for Salina South.
Left fielder number 23, Grant Williams, is at the plate.
Now, the other unique thing about this situation is that with the bases loaded, you can go back to the windup if you want. And I would not be surprised if that's what we see. That might even be what they're talking about right now as Holloway came out to talk to Keener. So Keener, he put down the first 7 batters that he faced, struck out Anthony, but Spielman reached. He went to the stretch, 8 pitches, 2 walks, and now the base is loaded for the 9-hole hitter in Grant Williams. And that's exactly what I expected. Back to the windup as this ball momentarily gets away from Holloway. That's where Keener has looked most comfortable today. And he will slip back into that windup with the bases loaded, as obviously you don't have to worry about anybody stealing home. At least no sane high schooler who wants to stay in the lineup. 0-1 the count. And we've got kind of a long delay here, but ready to go now. Williams 0 for 2, 2 flyouts to center field today. The 0-1 pitch, hit on a line, sinking fast, and it's under the diving glove of thrower. Spielman comes in to score. Huffman comes in to score. They're going to go ahead and hold the runner up at third, and it is a 2 RBI double for Grant Williams. Down in the 9-hole, his Cougars now lead it 6-0. Good work for Grant Williams. It's going to move Putman up to third. Like I said, Spielman and Huffman both come in to score. And the inning may not be over just yet, as Yaden Montanez will grab a bat for the 4th time today. First pitch to Montanez, in for a called strike. It's been a tough day for Montanez, as he is 0 for 3, a ground out and 2 strikeouts, a ground out and 2 flyouts, 1 to center, 1 to second. Has not struck out yet today, although here is behind 0-2. And we'll have to be awfully cautious. Trying to add some run support, but 2 away in the inning. No wiggle room left for South, and takes a fastball up. So the count to 1-2. And again, probably knew that Keener had a waste pitch there. 1-2 on the way. Misses inside. Good take there by the sophomore. Again, a very young lineup for the Salina South Cougars. Just 2 seniors from top to bottom. The 2-2. Again, misses up. Keener is still working out of the windup here. He has not gone back to the stretch. His 1-2 is fought off. Drifting. Boy, Jake Bartley might have a play at this, and he makes the catch, towing the line by the right field fence. So, Montanez down for the 4th time today, but a 2 RBI double by Grant Williams gives the Cougars a 6-0 lead. Abilene is down to their final 6 outs. When we come back, it's the home half of the 6th. Coverage today brought to you by Don's Tire and Supply.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
When there is wastewater backing up into your home, time is crucial. Hours are precious to minimize the mess and damage. That is where Salina Septic Service looks out for you with direct access to their dispatch board, so you can schedule the first available appointment, upload pictures and description of your problem on the Salina Septic Service website, and secure your appointment 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Money-saving specials now and information on worry-free service plans when you visit salinasepticservice.com.
Welcome back in here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. Would also like to say a special thank you to Astra Bank, proudly supporting area student athletes, and to Salina Used Cars. See their inventory at salinausedcars.com. Sun's starting to set on the season opener for the Abilene Cowboys. They will have a chance in game number 2 of the doubleheader, but they'd like to pick up a win here in game number 1. And they've got the top of the order due up here with 6 outs remaining to try and do just that. Levi Evans, Thomas Keener, and Jake Bartley all on to face Jace Humphrey. Thought maybe, with this being the season opener, you always wonder if starters are on a pitch count. You wonder where they're at. Humphrey's thrown 72 pitches, and he is still going strong. I would not be surprised if South rides him out through this inning if he can find a way to get through it. But, he's been able to keep that pitch count down with just dominant control. He's only walked 2 guys. He has allowed just 1 hit, a double by Heath Hookman back in the 2nd inning. And only 4 total base runners have managed to reach for an Abilene lineup that we thought could be really potent again this year. 2-1 the count as Humphrey induces a swing from Evans, who so far today has lined out and grounded into a fielder's choice. That damage has also come with 6 strikeouts in this game as this ball is chopped softly to third. Spielman, long throw across the diamond, and a good stretch by Breeden will get him as Evans is retired, and the Cowboys are down to their final 5 outs. That is a play. Spielman and Breeden made that look routine, but that's a tough play for any high schooler to make. And a good out recorded to bring up Thomas Keener, who himself is over 2 and has a chance here to try to help his own cause as the active pitcher in the game. Of course, not the pitcher of record if this game does end in a victory for Salina South. Right now, Humphrey in line for the win. Bartley is in line for the loss, if it comes to that. 1-0 from Humphrey. Ooh, that almost came in and got a piece of Keener. Abilene last year was good about manufacturing runs, but like I said, they've not had many base runners to try and manufacture with today, and that's a big part of why Keener is out ahead of a fastball, and the count goes to 2-1. See if Humphrey goes back to that curveball. No, fastball up, pop up on the infield. Settling over is Stouffer, who's been awfully kind of disengaged for a shortstop today. Not a lot's come his way. And he records the out for out number 2.
Now batting is first baseman number 5, Jake Bartley.
Matter of fact, Stouffer's been involved in 2 plays today defensively. We are in the 6th inning. Not many shortstops can say that. Usually you're the busiest man on the field. Jake Bartley at the plate, 0 for 2 so far, a pop-up and a flyout. First pitch to him. In for a called strike. Fastball at the knees. South just 2 runs in the first, 2 in the third, and 2 in the sixth to get to their 6-run total. Here, a curveball in the dirt will miss. And the count evens at a ball and a strike here on Bartley. The guy you don't want to face with company on base is Heath Hookman, who's in the on-deck circle. The only guy to reach twice today is Bartley, caught chasing. A pitch well outside the zone. Bartley is the only sophomore to see real time on a team that is very junior heavy. Only 3 seniors for Abilene this year. The 1-2. Fastball away, trying to get Bartley to chase. Might have wanted that one a little bit closer. And the count goes to 2-2. Even Stevens to Bartley, takes in the dirt. And the count is full. A foot race there. Hookman was jogging out to maybe go pick that up. Sitton ends up running out and getting it. Legs fresh even for a catcher. And the count is worked full here by the Cowboy pitcher, or at least starting pitcher in this game. Payoff pitch. Chopped to first, picked up by Breeden. He will win the foot race to the bag. And it's another 3-up, 3-down inning for Jace Humphrey. So we go to inning number 7. Last chance for South to add some run insurance. They are up 6-0 here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game presented by Don's Tire and Supply.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
I'm Brian Arms, your mortgage loan originator at Equity Bank here in Salina, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Salina resident here to tell you our bank can offer you mortgage and refinance options with terms designed for you. Why leave our community when you can choose the bank that never forgets it's your money? With 2 locations in town on Ohio Street and Santa Fe Avenue, there's no better time to apply online, in person, or over the phone. Learn more at equitybank.com, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Thomas Keener back out for another inning of work here, and boy, it would be a shame if Abilene can't find a way to get him any run support. Again, Keener's come on, he's been very good, but gave up the 2 runs back in the 6th. They're of little consequence in what is currently a shutout, and it could be a complete game shutout. We're not sure what the pitch count may or may not be for Jace Humphrey, but boy, he has tossed 86 pitches. He has allowed nothing save for 1 double, and he has cruised through the opener of this season for Salina South. So 6-0 is the score, and it will be the 2, 3, and 4-hole hitters for Salina South looking to add a little more insurance. Of course, if you need to add insurance, hit up Smart Insurance with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. 6-0, 7th inning, Stouffer at the plate. So far today, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored here for South. First pitch from Keener, in for a called strike. First time he faced Keener, he went down looking. It was the second of 3 strikeout victims for Keener so far. Next offering is on its way. That ball is hit well out into right field. That'll get down in front of Hookman. And it's a leadoff single for Cole Stouffer, his first hit of the day to bring up Jace Humphrey.
Now batting is the pitcher, number 14, Jace Humphrey.
Humphrey has had a really good day. A walk, a single. He's 1 for 3, but he has 2 runs scored of the 6 today for the Cougars. He would love to add a few more to that as he digs in, batting from the right side. Nobody out here. Keener's allowed just 2 hits, and Humphrey squaring to bunt. Runner goes to second. Throw not nearly in time from Holloway. And a stolen base for Caden Stouffer. Puts a runner in scoring position, also eliminates the double play. Wyatt Breeden, who has doubled and scored already, the cleanup hitter, is in the on-deck circle. 0-1 the count, Humphrey at the plate. Pitch from Keener in there for a called strike. And the count goes to 0-2 on Humphrey. Like I said, Humphrey, one of the primary veterans and one of only 2 seniors in the lineup here on opening day for Salina South. And just a reminder, we will have coverage of game number 2 of this doubleheader coming your way about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Conditions going to be cooling off a bit after game 1, I would imagine. The 0-2. Boy, a little excuse me swing as Humphrey just kind of reached the bat out and met the ball with it to make sure, if nothing else, that he did not strike out there. Humphrey trying to give himself a little extra run support. The 0-2. Strike 3 on the outside half. And for Keener, that is strikeout number 4. Puts 1 down here in the 7th inning. Just a reminder, coverage of today's game is brought to you in part by Susie's Deli. If you're looking for the best home-style food, you are looking for Susie's Deli in downtown Abilene. Also by Abilene Car Sales on Northwest 3rd in Abilene or at AbileneCarSales.com. Wyatt Breeden, the cleanup hitter, already a double and a run scored today, is at the plate. First pitch to him is a fastball and a called strike at the knees. Would imagine we'll get the lights on here for game number 2 as things have stayed relatively warm. That wind feels nice, 75 degrees. Sunset going to come in at about 7:30, 8 o'clock here tonight with daylight savings time in full effect. Breeden swings through another fastball. He falls behind in the count at 0-2. Just 1 down in the inning. Stouffer still in scoring position at second. And the 0-2 pitch misses away. Boy, there's a waste pitch and then there's wasting a pitch. And that was the latter for Keener, who just tossed that a good 3 or 4 lengths, plate lengths, away from the plate. 1-2 is the new count to Wyatt Breeden, who will chop this to second. Evans comes over. He scoops it up. His throw to first is in time. Bobbled momentarily by Bartley, but another out. It's 2 away. And 1 more will get Abilene back up with a 6-run deficit. And 1 last chance to try and find something against Jace Humphrey. But first, it is the problem child, Aiden Spielman. At least a problem if you're a fan of Abilene. Boy, Spielman has had himself a day. A sac fly RBI back in the first, a 2 RBI single in the third, a single, a stolen base, and a run scored in the 6th. And here he is jammed. This ball rolls. It pounces off the bag. It's picked up by Bartley, who tags it. And it's a quick 3U to wrap up the 7th. Last chance for Abilene. When we come back, Cowboys looking to erase the big deficit. 6-0 is our score. Coverage of this game brought to you by Don's Tire and Supply.
Kurt here from Abilene Termite and Pest Control. We can't control pests like that unemployed 25-year-old living in your basement, but the creepy crawly ones are our specialty. From Salina to Manhattan, Clay Center to Hillsboro, and everywhere in between. We've been locally owned and here for you since 1951, offering great service, a firm handshake, and no long-term contracts. Visit AbileneTermite.com or find us on Facebook. I'm Kurt Phillips, and we'll keep the bugs out for you.
Confidence. It's important to have when you're on the road. With innovative Bridgestone tires on your car, truck, SUV, or minivan, you're riding on tires you can trust. Bridgestone tires are engineered to give you peace of mind so you can focus on enjoying the journey. So whether you're on your morning commute, a cross-country road trip, or a relaxing Sunday drive, Bridgestone tires will be with you wherever life's roads may lead. Bridgestone, your journey, our passion. Available at
Don's Tire and Supply, your local Bridgestone dealer, serving Abilene and the surrounding areas for over 40 years. Don's Tire in South Abilene or donstire.net.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
Last chance for the Abilene Cowboys to erase a 6-run deficit, but they will get to do so against a new arm. Caden Stouffer comes in to replace Jace Humphrey. Boy, it was a fantastic day for Humphrey. He goes 6 complete innings. He gives up no runs on 1 hit. He walked 2. He struck out 6. And I think if nothing else, Abilene is just happy to see anyone else, on the bump. Stouffer's first pitch will miss at the knees for a ball, and it will be the heart of the order due up here for Abilene. You want to start a rally, these are the guys you want up to do it. Heath Hookman, Tyler Holloway, and Lane Hookman. 3 in a row in the 4, 5, and 6 spots. The first 2 pitches to Heath Hookman are both balls. Hookman notably reached on one of those 2 walks back in the 4th inning. He's the only Cowboy to reach base twice today. He has the only hit of the day for the Cowboys. It was a leadoff double back in the 2nd, but he was stranded on 3rd. Right now, he is trying to start the party with a 2-1 count, and he watching fastball up and away. It's always interesting when you turn things over to the bullpen in a game like this early in the season. Everybody pitching and seeing live hitting for the first time this year. 3-1-2 Hookman misses in the door. They're going to call that a strike. I got to say, I think the home plate umpire has done a really good job tonight with balls and strikes. That's the first one that I think I may have tilted my head a bit at. Payoff pitch. Hookman chops it to short, but it is eaten up. And you have to wonder if Abilene might be able to capitalize. It's going to be an E6, but who was playing shortstop all day today for the Salina South Cougars? It was Stouffer, who's now pitching. Defensively, there is a new shortstop for the Cougars, and the first ball that comes his way eats him up. Now, obviously, with Holloway at the plate, I mean, you got a long way to go down by 6, but that is the first base runner since back in the 4th inning for Abilene. And, I mean, you've got really capable hitters that are 0 for 2 coming up back-to-back here in Holloway and Hookman. Quick tempo. This ball back to the new shortstop, picks it up, decides to go to first just in time to nab Holloway. And it's 1 down. Hookman will move up to second. Holloway down on the 6-3.
At the plate is number 12.
Lane Hookman now at the plate. So far 0 for 2 today with a ground out and a strikeout. Cowboys down to their final 2 outs. At the very least, trying to get rid of the clean sheet here. First pitch. Good breaking ball in there for a called strike. Clean stuff for Stouffer. Hookman digs back in here, batting from the right side. Working out of the stretch is Stouffer. Brings home the pitch, and it's fouled off. The count goes to 1-2, or 0-2. Back-to-back curveballs for Stouffer. We'll see if he tries to go with the high cheese here. Hookman trying to keep the line moving here and avoid picking up that all-critical second out here in the final inning. He will put this on the ground, looking the runner back, throwing to first. It's a good play for Spielman. And it's 2 down quickly here for Abilene. Cole Veal now represents the last hope for the Cowboys here in their opening game on opening day. One of 3 seniors on the roster, Cole Veal, Thomas Keener, and Tyler Holloway. It's a good group of seniors. But this is a junior-led team, just 1 sophomore in the starting 9. Those 3 seniors, everybody else falls in that junior class. Veal so far today 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts and takes the first pitch here just outside for ball 1. South trying to put this game to bed, trying to pick up a win here on opening day to start things off for the 2025 baseball season. Runner goes to third. The throw's high. He's going to turn and come in home as that ball sails into left field. And a throwing error brings in the first run of the day. And Heath Hookman, who's gotten into scoring position 3 times today, is just glad that he finally comes in to score. How about that? He reached on an error. He comes in to score on an error. The only 2 errors of the day for the South defense, and they both go there to bring Hookman in to score. So 6-1 is the new score. Breaking ball in for a no ball, 2. And the count to 2-1 here on Cole Veal. Pitch to Veal. Big swing and a miss, up and out. And now Stouffer 1 pitch away from putting this game to bed. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that is how opening day will come to a close, at least game number 1 of this doubleheader. It is a 6-1 win for the Salina South Cougars, and that'll wrap up our coverage of game number 1. But again, in about 30 minutes, we'll have coverage of game 2 of this doubleheader, so don't go anywhere. Abilene and South doing battle once again. Game number 1 again goes the way of the Cougars, 6-1 your final here on the Salina Post Sports Network, brought to you by Don's Tire and Supply and Abilene Termite and Pest Control. Well, welcome back in for game number 2 of our doubleheader. It's the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. It's the kickoff here of the spring sports seasons, baseball and softball here on Salina Post, and coverage of both games today are presented by Don's Tire and Supply and Abilene Termite and Pest Control. Right into the action here in game number 2 after Salina South took a convincing 6-1 win over Abilene, courtesy of a phenomenal pitching performance out of Jace Humphrey. This ball taken into left field. That'll get down in front of Rogers, and it's a leadoff single for Yaden Montanez, who was a very quiet 0 for 4 in game number 1. He gets Salina South their first base runner of the game, and with that, let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for the Salina South Cougars. After Montanez, the second baseman, now standing in is the shortstop Caden Stouffer. He will be followed by center fielder Jace Humphrey. First baseman Wyatt Breeden is in the cleanup spot. The top 4 in the order have not changed, nor have third baseman Aiden Spielman batting in the 5-hole or pitcher Landon Huffman batting in the 6-hole. Couple of shifts down at the bottom. Grant Williams is in as the left fielder. Landon Putnam in the 8-hole is your right fielder. And your catcher, Bronx Sitton, who was the flex in game number 1. They used a DH. He did not bat. He will be in the lineup batting in the 9-hole for Salina South. Your starting pitcher in this game, game number 2 of this doubleheader, is Levi Evans of the Abilene Cowboys. Again, it was a pretty solid performance out of Thomas Keener, but just touched up a bit early on and unable to find much offensively. And we mentioned before, Abilene only lost 4 or 5 key seniors from a season ago, but they were big players. Players like Stockton Timbrook that had just a profound impact on Abilene athletics across the board. And you can tell that they're still trying to find maybe some of the players that are going to step up in their stead. You go back to the big win for Abilene. Again, they won 5-1 in game number 1 against Salina South, but then they exploded. It was 15-3. They did that to a lot of folks last year. You look at the players that dealt the damage for them in that game: Drew Hansen, Zach Miller, Stockton Timbrook, Kyson Becker. Those are the 4 big names from the starting 9 on opening day a year ago that Abilene suddenly finds themselves without here in 2025. But onward and upward for the Cowboys, who took 3rd place at state a season ago. This pitch for Evans misses low, and the count is now full to Caden Stouffer. Stouffer back in game number 1 of our doubleheaders. Singled, walked, scored. He stole a base, struck out, and grounded out. Here the runner goes, and it's going to be, I believe, yeah, that's a walk. So it doesn't matter one way or another. No stolen base for Montanez, and the first 2 runners aboard for South here in game number 2.
Center fielder number 14, Jace Humphrey.
That'll bring up Jace Humphrey, who did a little bit of everything. In game number 1, he led the team to the victory, I would argue, on the mound. 6 innings pitched. He gave up no runs on 1 hit. He walked 2. He struck out 6, but he had a good day at the plate as well. A walk, a single, 2 runs scored, a pop-up, and a strikeout. Takes the first pitch here for a called strike 1. Meanwhile, out in the field, it's Ethan Evans who gets the start behind the plate for the Cowboys today, as this pitch is in there for a called strike, and the count goes to 0-2. Tyler Holloway is your starting at first baseman. Wilkins takes the start at second. It's Thomas Keener at short. Heath Hookman is at third. Lane Hookman is your right fielder. Jake Bartley in center, and Rogers your starting left fielder for the Cowboys. Boy, that pitch up and in almost gets a piece of Humphrey. He is able to lay off. The crowd has thinned out a little bit here in between games as the sun's going to set and temperatures expected to cool. But at first pitch, Looking at a 74-degree start here to this game, and another pitch that misses to Humphrey. That is outside, and the count has been worked even at 2-2. Humphrey, great multi-sport athlete, stands in. This ball gets away from the catcher, Evans. It was well outside. So now the double play is out of play. And if you're South, I mean, this is a dream situation. You've got runners at second and third, 2 in scoring position, nobody out. Your arguably best hitter at the plate in Humphrey, and a full count here. Evans going to have to dig deep and find something on 3-2. This ball hit down the line, drifting foul, and just misses the chalk. So the count stays full here on Humphrey. Did not miss driving in 2 runs there by much. Most of the South lineup has stayed the same for game number 2. Back in game 1, it was South with 6 runs on 7 hits, 2 errors, 5 runners left on base. For Abilene, just 1 run on 1 hit. No errors committed, but they did strand 3 runners. Another 3-2 and another ball that is shot foul down the right side, and some call them ambitious Parkers down the line have chosen to set up shop right along the fence line. See if that comes back to bite anybody. But in the meantime, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and a third payoff pitch coming here to Jace Humphrey from Levi Evans. Here comes the pitch, and it's a called strike 3. Humphrey down looking, the first K of the day, and a good start here for Evans, who will now have to face the cleanup hitter in Wyatt Breeden. Breeden, the first baseman, had a double and a run scored as part of a 1-for-4 effort. Ooh! Snaps one right back to the screen. Got to keep your head on a swivel parked out back there. No balls, 1 strike. And the wind howling out. It's supposed to cool off a little bit wind-wise throughout the course of the evening. We had wind gusts pretty intense back in game number 1. Didn't help anybody get a ball out of the yard here in Abilene. Pretty deep ballpark as well. And yeah, those wind gusts have come down. They were up to 35 miles an hour earlier today at their worst. About 17-mile-an-hour gusts blowing out to center field here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wyatt Breeden has to be cautious, just trying to bring in a few early runs for the Cougars. And instead, we'll wave at a pitch outside. Well, it was looking like it might be a rough start for Abilene, but after giving up a single and a walk, it's back-to-back strikeouts for Levi Evans. The problem is now he has to face Aiden Spielman, who was all over the place in game number 1. Spielman drove in half of the runs for South. He had a sac fly, a 2 RBI single, a stolen base, and a run scored. And on the day, it was officially just 2 for 4, but he dealt a ton of damage. Here he has a chance to bring in the first runs of the game, but waves at the first pitch he sees. And a quick meeting on the mound here as Evans comes out, wants to talk to his hurler. It's the all-Evans battering mates today as Ethan Evans is catching Levi Evans. Levi, a junior, one of a big senior, a big junior class. Evans, the sophomore. The only other sophomore who's seen action is Jake Bartley, as this ball is tipped and fouled back to the screen. It's a small senior class. If you weren't with us back in game number 1, just 3 seniors for this Abilene team this year. Tyler Holloway, Thomas Keener, and Cole Veal. This is a junior-heavy team. As another pitch is fought off here, but both teams have a real youth movement. Most of the top of the order for South, you're talking about a group that consists of a lot of sophomores and a couple of juniors, only 2 seniors in the starting 9. Another pitch misses away. Count goes to 1-2 here on Spielman, who's content to be cautious. Spielman digs back in again from the right side. Pitch is on the way. And it misses in the dirt. The runner takes off. It's completely by Evans. They're going to turn and take a look. That ball took an awkward skip. It bounced straight up, and I think by the time Evans turned around, it had already stayed above his head, and then he turned back around, but it fell behind him. So Yaden Montanez comes in to score the first run of the day on the passed ball. Actually call that a wild pitch. And it's 1-0 Cougars with a chance to stretch that out as Caden Stouffer now stands aboard at third. Pitch on the way. This ball laced down the line. It's going to be close. It is fair. And the RBI train continues for Aiden Spielman, who has driven in 4 runs today. Cougars up 2-0 here in this one.
At the plate is the pitcher.
Boy, what a start to the season. Spielman has come to the plate 5 times. 4 of those times he has either brought in a run or scored a run. And a 2-0 start here for the Cougars with Spielman aboard at first and Landon Huffman at the plate. Evans brings home the pitch. This ball hit off the nub of the bat. And just kind of dribbles foul. A reminder, we've got plenty of baseball and softball action coming your way over the next month and a half to 2 months. And next Monday, April 1st, we will be in Salina as the Sacred Heart Knights take on the Minneapolis Lions. It's NCAA baseball action in Salina. Here, another Salina team, the Cougars, who won 6-1, looking to extend a 2-run lead here in the top of the first. 0-1 pitch. Called strike. Kept it up. Good pitch there for Evans. And the count should be 0-2 here. Nope, they're going to say 1-2. Evans one good pitch away from getting out of this inning. That won't quite be enough to do it, as it takes a skip and a hop to the Abilene dugout. Nice facility here at Abilene. It's always a mixed bag with high schools, but they do it right here in A-Town. 1-2 the count here on Huffman. Of course, Salina South will be playing the remainder of their home games this year at Dean Evans Stadium in Salina. Big swing and a miss, high riser. And it's 3 strikeouts for Levi Evans to get himself out of the inning, but 2 runs come across for the Cougars. We'll be back with more Abilene baseball on the other side. It's presented by Don's Tire and Supply.
Kurt here from Abilene Termite and Pest Control. We can't control pests like that unemployed 25-year-old living in your basement, but the creepy crawly ones are our specialty. From Salina to Manhattan, Clay Center to Hillsboro, and everywhere in between. We've been locally owned and here for you since 1951, offering great service, a firm handshake, and no long-term contracts. Visit AbileneTermite.com or find us on Facebook. I'm Kurt Phillips, and we'll keep the bugs out for you.
Confidence. It's important to have when you're on the road. With innovative Bridgestone tires on your car, truck, SUV, or minivan, you're riding on tires you can trust. Bridgestone tires are engineered to give you peace of mind so you can focus on enjoying the journey. So whether you're on your morning commute, a cross-country road trip, or a relaxing Sunday drive, Bridgestone tires will be with you wherever life's roads may lead. Bridgestone, your journey, our passion. Available at
Don's Tire and Supply, your local Bridgestone dealer, serving Abilene and the surrounding areas for over 40 years. Don's
The hours of drills,
Tire in South Abilene or donstire.net.
the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Top of the first in the books and the first at-bats for the Abilene Cowboys as we head here into the home half of inning number 1 of game number 2 of today's doubleheader. Let's go ahead and meet the starting 9 here for the Cowboys. The top looks pretty familiar compared to game number 1. Levi Evans, who is the pitcher here in game 2, will get the start, and he will swing at the first pitch. He sees this ball drifting down the line. If it's fair, well, it's not. So I guess that's kind of a moot point now, isn't it? Evans leads things off from his spot on the hill. It'll be shortstop Thomas Keener in the 2-hole, center fielder Jake Bartley in the 3-hole, and your cleanup hitter is Heath Hookman for a second consecutive game. Batting 5th and playing first, it's Tyler Holloway, then right fielder Lane Hookman, Catcher Ethan Evans, left fielder Landon Rogers, and second baseman Nolan Wilkins, bringing up the caboose of the Abilene lineup here today. Next pitch misses inside. No, called strike. Boy, that one just clipped the corner. It's good enough for the home plate umpire. And the starter on the mound here for the Salina South Cougars is Landon Huffman. Huffman, the third pitcher we've seen today for South. And rocking a glove that looks pretty traditional from the outside, but it has got just cougar green on the inside. Take a look at the webbing, if you can see that much detail from where we're at here behind the backstop. Count goes here to 2-2 after getting ahead of Evans. And trying to keep that stretch up here. Huffman from the windup. Gets a chase there. Boy, Evans probably would have had extra bases had that ball landed fair down the line. As a righty, everybody's shading a bit to the left side, expecting him to pull this pitch, including right fielder Landon Putnam. 2-2. This one, hot shot back up the middle. It's a base knock for Abilene. And the Cowboys are in business with nobody out. And Thomas Keener to come to the plate following the single by Levi Evans.
Shortstop number 11, Thomas Keener.
Let's go ahead and take you around the horn here for the Salina South Cougars. Bronx Sitton gets the start behind the dish. It's Breeden over at first, Montanez at second, Stouffer at short, and Spielman tending to the hot corner today. Your outfield from left to right, Williams, Humphrey, and Putnam in left, center, and right field, respectively. First pitch misses upstairs there to Thomas Keener. Content to leave that right where it was. Huffman will have to bring that down. Reasonable lead for Evans over on first. Dancing around a little bit. Oh, and caught off the bag. Boy, he just kind of got caught leaning. Now there's a rundown as they will throw this back to first base. Bobbled momentarily. Got to throw it back to second. Yeah, and a good pickle here as Evans tries to duck underneath, but he is tagged out. And a brutal break. Levi Evans picked off of first base, and the base is empty here for Thomas Keener. Base runners have been hard to come by for the Cowboys today. They had just one hit back in game number 1 against Jace Humphrey. They only managed 5 base runners. One of those was a fielder's choice. One was an error. 2 walks and 1 hit. And that more or less rounded things out as another pitch misses high. And the count goes to 2-0 on Keener. Next offering also misses, and the count is 3-0. Imagine Keener will likely leave the bat on the shoulder here. See if he gets anything intriguing. Pitch on the way. Whoa, a 4-pitch walk. And Thomas Keener will take his base. Back-to-back runners do reach, but only one aboard for Jake Bartley following the pickoff of Levi Evans.
At the plate is center fielder number 5, Jake Bartley. Heath Hookman on deck, Holloway in the hole. 1 out.
Already off to a better start are the Cowboys here. Again, their first 2 runners reached after just 5 runners in the opener. See if they can find a way to bounce back here and at least split the series. Another pickoff move they'll try here for Huffman. Perhaps emboldened by getting Evans. Keener's got good speed. The shortstop is taking about the same 3-step lead as what Evans did before him. Pitch comes to the plate, gets away momentarily. Boy, Sitton has been just a wall behind home plate tonight. He stopped a couple of those and keeps Keener at first on a ball in the dirt. (2-0). Swung on and popped up. Well out of play. Williams gave chase for a moment and then turns around and jogs on back because that ball is well out of play. Always a lot of fun at games like this, though. You see a ball hit out of play and then you see the just group of 5 or 6 kids scampering off to chase it. A little something for everyone here at the ballpark. Another quick pickoff move, but Yeah, Keener is leaning back towards the bag here. It was an odd deal with Evans, too. He didn't even make an effort to get back. I think he just got caught leaning towards second, and that happens early in the season. It's one of those lessons you typically only have to learn once. Pitch on the way. And this is what I was talking about earlier today, as it's a 3-0 count. It can be kind of a trap that high school kids fall into. On the hill, you get a runner on first, you start thinking a little too much about the base runner and not enough about the batter. Suddenly, the last 3 pitches nowhere near the zone. I believe the count is 3-0. And yeah, it's another pickoff move back to first. Huffman is a junior for this Salina South team. Count is reading at 3-1 here. I think the scoreboard just got that up to date. And this ball is pulled, picked up by the first baseman. He tries to go the short way, and that's into center field. So a miscommunication as Breeden trying to get that to Stouffer. And it's going to lead to Jake Bartley reaching base. Keener moves up to second. And it would be bases loaded if not for the pickoff, but still a good situation for Abilene to be in with Heath Hookman at the plate. Boy, Hookman just looks like a college baseball player. He's got the stride, he's got the flow, he's got the beard. He is looking to bring in some runs here. He was the only one to reach base twice in the opener. Keener aboard at second, Bartley aboard at first. Cowboys down 2. First pitch to Hookman in the dirt, low. And the zone getting harder and harder to come by for Huffman, who is laboring a little bit here. You also got to think both teams are trying to sort out their starting rotations early in the year. After losing a lot of pitching talent, a pickoff move back to second. And, I mean, if I'm Huffman, you just got to focus up on the batter here. There is good speed on the base paths, but a single, a walk, an error, still trying to record the first out of a batter and not a runner here in the first inning. Bigger fish to fry for Salina South. Pitch on the way, and that will miss away. Count goes to 2-0. Like I said, it's been one of those days here early. If you're Huffman, though, you also got to think you just got to find a way to settle into a groove and get things rolling a little bit. His 2-0, there you go. Strike 1. Looked like Hookman was probably going to take until he got something like that. And now the battle can resume. Hookman had a double, reached on an error, came in to score the only Abilene run back in Game 1. And takes the 2-1 pitch well outside as the count goes 2-3-1. Wonder how many guys South feels good about tossing in a game like this. Usually you've got a good base of 4, 5, sometimes 6 pitchers that you really trust in a doubleheader like this, and then a lot of other guys that you're curious to see what maybe you got with. As Hookman fouls that away. Cowboys come out tonight in their all-white pants, orange pinstripe jerseys, brown numerals trimmed in white for Salina South. It's the all-black and white look with the white pants, black jerseys, black numerals trimmed in white as well. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away here in the first. And another pickoff to second, and they're not particularly close. I get that you want to make sure that Keener and all his speed don't get too far off the bag, but especially on 3-2, we'll see what this next pitch to Hookman looks like after taking his eye off the ball at home. Payoff pitch. Hookman skies this up. It's barely going to clear the infield. It will not clear the infield. And the catch is made by Montanez. 1 or 2 away here in the first to bring up Tyler Holloway.
Montanez makes the catch, 2 down. Now batting first baseman number 32.
So Holloway, the first baseman at the plate, had a slow start in game number 1, 0 for 3, a line out, a ground out, and a strikeout. A lot of talented bats looking to come to life here in game number 2 for the Abilene Cowboys. Working out of the stretch, Huffman brings home the pitch. Holloway chops it to second. Montanez scoops it up, throws to first, and that's the end of the first inning. Still a 2-0 lead here for the visiting Salina South Cougars. Coverage of this game is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
Welcome back in here in Abilene, Kansas. Coverage of game number 2 of this doubleheader presented by Don's Tire and Supply. We'd also like to thank Amanda West State Farm Agency for her sponsorship of Cowboy baseball today, as well as Kansas Wesleyan University in Salina. Good start here for the Cougars. They got 2 runs in the first inning of Game 1. They followed suit with the same performance in Game 2. Yaden Montanez and Caden Stouffer both came in. That brings up the bottom third of the order. Grant Williams, who was the 9-hole hitter, bats here in the 7-hole. Then Landon Putnam, who stays put, and Brock Sitton, who will take the first at-bat of his day. Those 3 due up here to face Levi Evans. And the first pitch of the fresh inning is out of the zone for a ball, much to the delight of the Cougar dugout. This ball hit on a line into the gap in left center field. That will get down. The grass should kill it in front of Rogers, and that's going to force Williams to hold up with a single. Boy, Williams has been seeing the ball well from that 9-hole. He had the 2 RBI double that gave them their 5th and 6th runs back in game number 1. And he will set the table here with a leadoff single to bring up Landon Putnam. Putnam popped into a double play, grounded out, and walked in his 3 plate appearances. And trying to avoid the same fate here, will foul this one off. Got to be careful here, does Putnam. He got under the pitch the first time around. He popped up a bunt attempt, and it was caught by then catcher Tyler Holloway, who delivered a strike to first for the double play. Evans looks in, delivers another quick strike over to first. Not in time to get Grant Williams. Both pitchers pick off heavy today. Still a 2-0 lead here for the Cougars. And another quick pickoff move. And I get it, it's enticing when you come that close, but nothing doing for Evans on the last 2. Squaring to bunt again, this time taking the strike, and the runner takes off for second, and he's going to be in. Boy, it was just an extended lead initially for Williams, but it was fielded kind of awkwardly, and that's going to result in a stolen base for Grant Williams, who now sits in scoring position, and the double play no longer a factor for the Cowboy defense here. Putnam at the plate, the 0-2 pitch. Misses away, gets away from Evans. Runner thought about it, and then we'll back it right up to the second base bag, and the count goes to 1-2. Landon Putnam at the plate, trying to bring a run in for his team, and instead gets caught lunging at a pitch outside. That is the 4th strikeout of the day for Levi Evans. Matter of fact, every out that Abilene's recorded in this game has been a Levi Evans strikeout. There has not been a single ball put in play that has resulted in an out for the Abilene defense today. Evans, so far at least, giving the rest of his team a little much-deserved break. First at bat of the day for Bronx sitting the catcher, and he will pop it right back to Evans, who gloves it. Well, and even when the ball does get put in play and there's an out recorded, it's Evans taking care of it himself. And, boy, his defense might think about bringing some lawn chairs out for the next half inning if this keeps up. As Yaden Montanez is the new batter. Led things off with a single, came in to score on the wild pitch. That was the first of the 2 runs to come in to score back in inning number 1. Here watches the pitch outside, and the count starts at 1-0. So it was, the first 2 batters of the first inning that got aboard and then came in to score for this South offense. 2-0 the count to Montanez. Another toss back to second. Wonder if Evans might be trying to get a little revenge after being picked off himself. Caught leaning off the first base bag back in the first. The 2-0 pitch misses inside and at the letters to Montanez, who got off to a slow start. He was 0 for 4 in the first game, but like I said, has made up for that here with a single and a run scored in this one. And we'll take another pitch, a fastball in for a walk. So the second time today that Montanez is aboard in as many innings. And it's Caden Stouffer who walked himself in the first inning, who stands in now. Still 2 down in the inning. Cougars trying to add on to their 2-0 lead. First pitch, fastball up and away. 5 straight pitches outside the zone now for Levi Evans. The 1-0 pitch also misses high. And if I'm Caden Stouffer, I'm going to put the bat down here. I'm not offering it anything unless you think you can really crank one. Wind's still blowing out. This next pitch, another outside the zone. The first 2 missed high. This one missed outside, and that's now 7 consecutive pitches that have missed the zone. Stouffer, bat on the shoulder. And, ball 4. I think he thought that might have been a strike at the letters there because it didn't initially jog down to first, but it's back-to-back walks on 8 pitches, and now Coach Bartley will go out and have a word with his hurler. Abilene has already used 3 pitchers today in this doubleheader, and it will be Jace Humphrey up next. We'll see if this is a simple conversation or if the ball is going to be taken from Evans here. While we got a break in the action, I want to remind you that coverage of today's game is brought to you in part by Hirsch Real Estate with 2 locations and 7 agents serving all of Northeast and North Central Kansas. Also by Abilene Car Sales on Northwest 3rd in Abilene and at AbileneCarsales.com. And by Susie's Deli. If you're looking for the best in home-style food, you are looking for Susie's Deli in downtown Abilene. Evans and his unmistakable, incredible Hulk green glove will stay in the game here. And he will have a bit of a pickle to work out of as Grant Williams is at 3rd, Yaden Montanez is at 2nd, and Caden Stouffer is at 1st. And at the plate is Jace Humphrey, who is 0 for 1 with a looking strikeout today, but has been raking this afternoon. And first 2 pitches miss up. And that is now 10 straight pitches that have been balls. I don't think anybody for South is going to swing until they see a strike. 2-0. Inside, arguably, but at that point, taken for the strike, and now Humphrey is free to swing away if he gets anything that he likes here. The 2-1 misses away, and the count 2-3-1. Great hitters count here. Humphrey, the green light switched on for him. And he will take ball 4 And a run has been walked in as Grant Williams, who singled to start the inning, comes in to score the third run of the day for Salina South. Montanez moves up to third, Stouffer to second, Humphrey takes his base at first, and all three guys who are on base right now reached via a walk. That's 3 straight walks on 13 straight pitches. And another pitch outside the zone here. Called strike this time around. The 1-1 misses inside. Good block there by Evans. Got to be careful, though, with Breeden at the plate. Breeden had the double and the run scored back in game number 1. He is in the cleanup spot for a reason. The 2-1. Oh, and it plunks him. So another run comes in to score as Breeden takes it off the back. And it's a 4-0 lead here for the Cougars. And this could get ugly if they can't find a way to record one more out. That's maybe the worst part of this. They're right there as far as closing out the inning. They just need one more out. But a walk, and a hit batter have now brought 2 runs in, and the bases remain loaded for, of course, Aiden Spielman, because who else would be at the plate right now? Spielman, in the first 2 games of the season, has 4 RBI. And he'll take the first pitch up and away here. And the control really becoming a struggle here for Levi Evans. That one in on the hands, 2-0. Like I said, losing so many talented pitchers, including 2 that have gone on to play college ball. You wonder how many more arms Abilene has that they trust at their disposal. It was easy last season in spots to rely on such talent. As this is a called strike, and that'll count or bring the count to 3-1. Stockton Timbrook as this one, called strike at the letters, and the count goes full. But yeah, Zach Miller and Stockton Timbrook both went on to play college baseball at Cloud Community College. Critical pitch here to Aiden Spielman, and it's another walk as Spielman will bring in a run. And this is getting out of hand. And yeah, Coach Bartley goes to the hill. This is almost assuredly going to be a pitching change. And we will have an update on the new hurler into the game when we come back. It's a 5-0 lead for South. 2 away in the inning here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage brought to you by Don's Tire and Supply.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage.
Welcome back in here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of today's game presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control, and it's Heath Hookman who takes over for Levi Evans. He inherits a bit of a mess here, but he's one good swing, or maybe one bad swing, away from putting an end to this inning. He will face Landon Huffman, who's got a great chance to give himself some run support, today's starting pitcher for Salina South. But here's the situation. It was 2 away. It was 1 aboard in this inning, and then 3 straight walks, a hit batter, and another walk. That brought in 2 runs, and that's how we get to our score of 5-0. South looking to add more. Good block there by Ethan Evans behind the plate. Does enough to keep it in front. It's Jace Humphrey aboard at third base. Wyatt Breeden is at second. Aiden Spielman is at first. And again, it's Landon Huffman at the plate facing the new pitcher in Heath Hookman. Levi Evans swaps out cleanly for him at third base. 1-1 in the dirt. That gets by, but it's off the wooden backstop and then rolled past the pitcher. Boy, Hookman wasn't expecting it, at least not where it was thrown. Abilene's just got to settle down. This game is far from out of hand if they can get the bats rolling, but you can't let South break it open here. 2 balls, 1 strike. Landon Huffman 0 for 1 with a strikeout today, hoping to keep the party going and not finish it. But he will take strike 2, and the count goes even at 2-2. So here we are. Hookman, 1 good pitch away from getting out of the jam. His 2-2. Breaking ball in off the foot again. Evans keeps it just in front of him. Got to give a lot of credit to Evans and the job that he's done preventing any more runs from coming in. Jace Humphrey, good speed, the center fielder, just 90 feet away. Critical pitch in this game. The payoff pitch on the way. And it's a called strike 3 at the knees. Landon Huffman is down on strikes. And that will get the Abilene Cowboys out of jam, but not before 3 more runs come across here for the Cougars. We head to the home half of inning number 2, a 5-0 lead for Salina South here on the Coyotes, here on the Salina Post Sports Network.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
It'll be Lane Hookman, Ethan Evans, and Landon Rogers to lead off the inning here for the Abilene Cowboys. Coverage of today's game is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. Also want to throw a shout-out to Salina Used Cars. See their inventory at salinausedcars.com, and also Astra Bank, proudly supporting area student-athletes. Cowboys down by 5. It could have been a lot worse, though, as the Cougars stranded the bases loaded in the top of the second. So another inning here for Huffman. First pitch swinging is Lane Hookman. This ball drifting by the dugout, and the catch handled by Spielman. 1 away here in this second for Abilene. So Ethan Evans, who's been busy behind the plate, will come to the plate for the first time this season. Again, opening day for both of these squads. Cowboys lost the opener 6-1, looking to bounce back and take game number 2 here on their home turf. Well, you know it's a spring day in Kansas. You got all sorts of different outdoor gear today. Everybody showed up in shorts and T-shirts and polos, and boy, things starting to cool off as the sun sets, breaking out the hoodies, a couple of blankets. I think I saw a Snuggie somewhere here on the campus of Abilene High School. As the next pitch will miss away, and the count goes to 1-1 here on Ethan Evans. Pitch to Evans, taken up in the air once again. This is Spielman, and that drops, but it does so in foul territory, so the count goes to 1-2. Disaster averted there, and another chance for Evans to try to straighten that swing out. He is behind 1-2 to Huffman, who got off to a bit of a tough start, but worked out of a jam himself. He gave up a single, a walk, and an error, but picked off the runner at first, got a pop-up and a ground out, and got himself out of trouble unscathed. Cowboys' run back in game number 1 came on a pair of errors back in the 6th. Here it's the Cowboys trying to manufacture some runs. The 2-2. That one struck well and hit out to left. It gets down, or does it? Yes, it does. Boy, a diving stop by Williams, but he trapped it. The runner tries to take off for second. He's going to be out by a mile, and what is Ethan Evans doing? Trying to go to second base there. Boy, just a head-scratcher. Evans was aboard at first with a single, and I think wanted to kind of take a secondary around the bag, but elected to take off, and that throw beat him almost by a full second and a half, maybe 2 seconds. So he will still get credit for the single, but the base paths remain empty for Abilene, and that's been a problem in this game. Is like they got the single back in the first inning, but the runner picked off. They got a single in the second inning, but the runner cut down trying to go to second, and with 2 down, it's Landon Rogers who steps to the plate. Rogers gives this a ride into the gap in left center, but it will hang up long enough for Humphrey to make the catch, and in a roundabout way, a 3-up, 3-down inning for the Cowboys. We will step away. We go to the 3rd inning. When we come back, it's a 5-0 lead for Salina South. Coverage tonight is presented by the good folks at Don's Tire and Supply.
When there is wastewater backing up into your home, time is crucial. Hours are precious to minimize the mess and damage. That is where Salina Septic Service looks out for you with direct access to their dispatch board, so you can schedule the first available appointment. Upload pictures and description of your problem on the Salina Septic Service website and secure your appointment 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Money-saving specials now and information on worry-free service plans when you visit salinasepticservice.com.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
To the 3rd inning we go here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. Also want to thank the good folks at Holm Automotive Centers in Abilene and Salina. No matter who you support here today, whether it's the Cougars or the Cowboys, there's a Holm Automotive Center location for you, again, in both Abilene and Salina. It will be the same 3 who led off the inning back in the 2nd. Grant Williams, Landon Putnam, and Bronx Sitton to lead this inning off. They will face off against a different pitcher, though, as Heath Hookman is taken over on the hill, and not a moment too soon because Hookman inherited the bases loaded, but was able to work a strikeout of Landon Huffman, who is the starting pitcher on the other side, to get himself out of the jam. His first pitch here is inside. Second pitch, he breezes by Williams. And it's back to the drawing board with a 1-1 count for the starting left fielder. Williams earlier today, a single and a stolen base, came in to score a run. It was the first run scored by Salina South as they rattled off 3 unanswered. And like I said, they did leave the bases loaded. Could have been a lot worse, but Hookman able to contain the damage. The 1-2. Oh, my goodness. He's going to take off on a drop third strike. The throwdown is good, but wrong spring sport as Grant Williams breaks out the 9-iron and goes golfing for that. And it's a second strikeout in as many batters for Heath Hookman, who is off to a really strong start and will now face Landon Putnam. Putnam 0 for 1 with a strikeout himself. That came off of today's starter in Levi Evans. Boy, it was looking good for Evans prior to that late stretch. He had 4 strikeouts the first time through the order, and had only been touched up for the 2 runs. Hookman's 1-0 delivery misses high and inside, and the count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. South, 2 in the first, 3 in the second. And a ball struck well to the outfield. That will get down just on the lip of the grass. And a single for Landon Putnam. Puts a runner aboard here for Bronx Sitton with only 1 down in the inning, to the delight of the Salina South bench. Boy, 2 fun-loving teams. I'll tell you that, coming into this game. 2 teams that had a lot of fun last year. I don't know if you were with us for game number 1, but in case you didn't know the storyline, Abilene, a team that I think a lot of people expected to be good last season. They certainly were, as they finished 3rd place in Class 4A at state. But a South team that entered regional play as the 11 seed, nobody gave them credit to even win a game. They were able to battle through, pull off 2 upsets, punch a ticket to state, and then win a game at the state tournament. But they ended up losing 2 in a row, including 1 to Salina Central, who came in as a 16 seed, as that ball is going to get away from Evans, and on the wild pitch, Putnam moves up to second. But Central was a 16 seed. I mean, literally the last team in. Won 2 games, got to state. They ended up finishing in 3rd place, as the 3rd and 4th spots were decided in the battle for Salina. Here it's the 1-1, and that will miss down and away, and the count goes to 2-1 here on Sitton, who popped up to Evans his first time up. 2-1 is the count here. Sitton ready for it. Ooh, jammed inside on the hands. Lucky to fight that off. Hookman's got really good stuff. Been impressed with the velocity and the movement here early in his outing. He's faced 3 batters. He struck out 2 and then gave up the single to Putnam, who stands aboard on second following the wild pitch. The 1-2. Quick delivery. Big swing and a miss for Bronx Sitton, who will take a seat. That is 3 strikeouts for Hookman and 4 batters, and it's 2 away for the top of the order in Yaden Montanez.
Stover on deck, Humphrey in the hole. 2 outs.
Boy, you wonder if Hookman maybe was the secret weapon. I mean, he's had good outings in the past, but boy, he is on fire to start this game. Montanez has reached twice. He has scored twice. A single and a walk so far today after a rough 0-for-4 performance back in game number 1. South looking for the sweep. Abilene looking to even this out, pick up a win here on opening day. And a pitch that is just on the outer half for strike 1. Love that about Hookman, too. He doesn't really mess with the zone a whole lot. We've seen him paint the corners, but, I mean, he is pounding the zone and making these guys for South earn it instead of trying to be cute and playing on the outside. Here, he will get a swing and a ball that is going to be fair down the line. They will go ahead and wave the runner around. Here comes Landon Putnam in without a throw, and it's a single down the first base line, an RBI single for Yaden Montanez, who has reached in all 3 at-bats so far to bring up Caden Stouffer. Good stuff for Yaden Montanez. And that rattles home the 6th run of the day here for Salina South. They are at their total from game number 1 here in the 3rd inning. Pitch misses down and away. Another good stop by Evans. Remain impressed with Evans' work behind the plate, too. He has prevented a lot of runners from advancing. Matter of fact, there were 3 or 4 pitches where it would have been easy for Humphrey or Breeden potentially to have come home, but they were not able to. He has kept Abilene in this game, and here delivers a low back pick attempt down the line to first. 2-0 the count on Caden Stouffer, who has walked twice and scored twice today. Here, swinging away, fouls it off, and the count goes to 2-1. Mentioned before, but this is the first of many spring games that we will be covering between area baseball and softball programs. 10 teams in our area. We'll try to cover them all. From Salina South, Salina Central, Abilene, Chapman, Ellsworth, Minneapolis, southeast of Saline, Sacred Heart, El Saline, and Bennington. And this one is in the dirt. Throw down to second. Not going to be in time to get the speedy Montanez, who is up into scoring position. But if you're into area action, make sure to join us next Monday. We will be in Salina as the Sacred Heart baseball team takes on Minneapolis in an all-NCAA battle coming your way from the newly renovated Pessinger Field. Good pitch here for Hookman. Catches the corner. And the count is full here on Caden Stouffer. Stouffer's patience has been his weapon. Hookman's aggressiveness has been his. Let's see who wins out. Ball shot down the line. Boy, there was one down the first base line. That one down the third base line, but it is foul by the slimmest of margins. Baseball, as ever, a game of inches. And it's a good thing for Abilene, too, because that was looking like another South run if that had stayed fair. You never want to test Rogers' arm out in left, but that grass thick enough, we've seen it kill a couple of balls that may have rolled a little bit further on a different surface. Another payoff pitch, misses high, and it's a third straight walk today for Caden Stouffer. My goodness. It's not every day you reach base 3 times without swinging the bat. And it brings up Jace Humphrey, who's got a walk and a strikeout today. Wyatt Breeden in the on-deck circle. Humphrey again had a phenomenal performance both on the mound and at the plate in game number 1. First pitch to Humphrey. Fastball up and in. They'll call it a ball. That pitch moves over a little bit and crosses the plane. That is a good one to hack at for Humphrey, but he's able to leave that one alone. Here, a chopper hit to second, picked up there by Wilkins. Throw to first is in time, and the inning is over. South gets one more across. They lead it 6-0. Back with the home half of inning number 3. Coverage of today's game presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
I'm Brian Arms, your mortgage loan originator at Equity Bank here in Salina, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Salina resident here to tell you our bank can offer you mortgage and refinance options with terms designed for you. Why leave our community when you can choose the bank that never forgets it's your money? With 2 locations in town on Ohio Street and Santa Fe Avenue, there's no better time to apply online, in person, or over the phone. Learn more at equitybank.com, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at Southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Welcome back in. Coverage of this contest between Abilene and Salina South presented by the good folks at Don's Tire and Supply. It'll be the 9, 1, and 2-hole hitters due up here for Abilene as the top 3 of the South order have already gone through the lineup for a third time. Noah Wilkins, who stands at the plate now, this is his first at-bat of the game. It comes here in the 3rd inning. So far, 4 base runners for Abilene through the first 2 innings. They had just 5 base runners in the first game, so that is up a tick, but still looking for their first run of the game. And this ball shot through the hole. That'll get through between the 5 and 6. And it's a base knock for Noah Wilkins. His first at-bat of the doubleheader is a leadoff single, and it turns things back over to Levi Evans.
Keener on deck. Bartley in the hole.
So a chance now for Evans to come in and make some noise. And while we got a break in the action, Cowboy Baseball is brought to you in part by Amanda West State Farm Agency. Also want to say a special thank you to Abilene Car Sales on Northwest 3rd in Abilene and at AbileneCarsales.com. 6-0 lead for the Cougars. Southeast, or Abilene, looking to eat into that. But 10 area teams to cover. You mix them up every now and then. Big advantage for the Cougs. But a runner on first in Noah Wilkins, and Abilene looking to get a party started here. And maybe rally back, pick-off move over to first. Landon Huffman back out for another inning of work. Huffman, you also wonder about the arm because he has sat on the bench for a couple of really long innings. I'm sure he loves the run support, but he is back out there looking to settle back in. And, plunks Levi Evans right in the back Evans wears number 0, and I think he put it right in the center of the digit. Although, to be fair, if you want to get hit, that's probably where you want to get hit. And Evans will take his base at first. We didn't have anybody get hit in the first game. We've had 2 batters get hit here in the second game, 1 aside, and it brings up Thomas Keener. 2 aboard, nobody out. This is what Abilene wants. The best part of their lineup is up to bat. Keener reached on a walk back in the first inning. Abilene just trying to get some runs on the board here. 1 run in our doubleheader. They lost the opening contest against South, looking to make it a early 2-game sweep. Cowboys standing back in. Keener bats from the left side. Pitch on the way, misses away. Good stop there by Sitton. Both catchers flexing the defense early on here, and the count goes to 2-0 on Keener. It's a very capable Cowboy lineup, especially this top portion. Guys that saw time on the team that finished the highest watermark in Abilene Cowboy baseball history, a 3rd-place finish at state. And a team that, despite doing that and despite all the good they did, I think probably felt that they could have maybe gone a little bit further. They wanted to win it all in Class 4A last year. But this is an Abilene athletics department that has turned things around and has now been competitive in almost every sport. Just went to state as this ball gets into center field in men's basketball for the 5th time in 6 years. Just consistency across the board. And another good class of seniors here. Not a big one for the Cowboys on the baseball diamond. Just 3 seniors to speak of. Tyler Holloway, Thomas Keener, and Cole Veal. But 3 guys that have been a part of this rebuild for the Cowboys and are looking to get things rolling here on the diamond on opening day. 2-1 to Keener. Big swing and a miss, and the count goes to 2-2. Keener swings over the top, and we'll have to get more protective here. Jake Bartley in the on-deck circle. Huffman from the stretch. He'll check the runner back to second. The 2-2. This ball shot down the line, almost an identical spot as the one we saw earlier. They'll wave Wilkins around. He'll come in to score without a throw. Everyone else holds up, and it's an RBI double for Thomas Keener. The Cowboys are on the board here in the 3rd. Good stuff for Thomas Keener down the first base line, and Jake Bartley with a chance to continue the party here with nobody out and 2 in scoring position.
5, Jake Bartley, Hookman on deck, Holloway in the hole.
Wilkins came in to score that run from second. Evans moves up to 3rd on the play, and it's Bartley at the plate. First pitch to him. Ooh. Touch outside, call the strike. And he will fall behind at 0-1. It was a dry opening contest in part thanks to Jace Humphrey. Bartley in that one 0 for 3, a pop-up, a line-out, and a ground-out. Here takes the next pitch to even the count at 1-1. Still a lot of baseball left to be played here, and the Cowboys only down by 5. This is a great chance for them to get right back in this contest. Seen a lot of great Cowboy rallies, including a couple last season, as they really took it to this South team, 15-3 in game number 2 of a 2-game sweep for the team in orange. Good breaking ball here, tipped back into the mitt. Bartley behind 1-2 in the count. This is also a 4A Cowboy team punching up into 5A, taking on an ABCTL foe from Salina. As another pitch misses away, and the count should be, I believe, 2-2. The foul tip and the look to pitch. See what the umpire has to say here, but either way, we play on. Huffman looks in for the sign. Still working out of the stretch, despite runners being on second and third. Bartley pops it up, it's out of play. And the count now is assuredly 2-2, regardless of what it was a moment ago. Temperatures continuing to cool here as the Cowboy bats heat up. So we're under 70 degrees for the first time tonight. The 2-2 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Bartley caught chasing upstairs. And it'll be Heath Hookman with a chance to give himself some run support with one away here in the inning.
Lane Hookman in the hole. One away.
Worth noting, that's the first strikeout of the day for Landon Huffman. And it falls now to Hookman, who came in as the firefighter on the hill, put a stop to the rally. He now digs in from the right side. Pitch to him. Oh, comes in and gets him. And the second hit batter of the inning will load the bases for Tyler Holloway.
Now batting is the first baseman, number 32, Tyler
So
Holloway.
things are getting interesting here in Abilene, as all of a sudden the tying run is in the on-deck circle, represented by Lane Hookman. And for the first time in this game, we're going to have a meeting on the mound, as we've got a coach out to talk with the starter here in Landon Huffman. Huffman has not done anything, I think, to warrant getting pulled here, but you never know with the early season pitch counts that some of these guys are on. It looks like he was brought a new baseball, unless that's symbolic. While they do that, and we've got a break in the action, I want to thank a few more sponsors here, including Hirsch Real Estate with 2 locations and 7 agents serving all of Northeast and North Central Kansas. And, of course, our good friends at Kansas Wesleyan University. Also, Holm Automotive Centers in Abilene and Salina, and Susie's Deli. If you're looking for the best home-style food, you're looking for Susie's Deli in downtown Abilene. Huffman stays in the game here. He will remain the pitcher to face Tyler Holloway. It's been his game the whole way. He's got a tall task here. Middle infield is back at double play depth. 6-1 is the score. Cowboys with a great chance here to crack this wide open. Pitch to Holloway. Misses in the dirt. I believe the count is 1-0 here. 6-1 our score. Cowboys at the plate. And another pitch low. This one a called strike. And yep, the count is 1-1. Levi Evans aboard at third. Thomas Keener at second. Heath Hookman at first. Tyler Holloway at the plate. The 1-1 pitch. Inside for ball 2. So the count now 2-1 here to Tyler Holloway. Still in search of his first hit of the day. Holloway grounded out back in the first inning and takes a strike. That is strike number 2. Some South fans cheering. I think the scoreboard read 2 strikes. They thought that was the punch out, but the count is 2-2, and Holloway going to have to get protective of the zone here. Big bat for Holloway. He chokes up on it. The pitch. Outside for ball 3, and the count is full. I don't care what level of baseball you're playing. You dream of these moments. Bases loaded. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 down in the inning. The payoff pitch. Called strike 3, and Holloway is down. It is the second punch out of the inning for Landon Huffman. And it now falls to Lane Hookman to try to get something rolling here for the Cowboys, who did strike for 1, but boy, they were thinking about a whole lot more than that, as they had the bases loaded and nobody out. But a strikeout of Bartley and a strikeout of Holloway have put them with 2 down here. And Hookman, the last hope for the Cowboys in this frame. Hookman back in the first game, 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Due for his first hit of the season. Now would be a heck of a time to do it. And he just might. This ball poked into left center, falling fast. It'll get down. And 2 runs are going to come in to score. The throw comes to the plate. The runner moves up to third. The other moves to second. It's going to be a 2 RBI single for Lane Hookman, as that will bring Levi Evans and Thomas Keener in to score. Heath Hookman moves up to third on the play, and the Cowboys have cut the lead in half. It is a 6-3 deficit, and they might not be done yet as Ethan Evans comes to the plate. Ethan Evans 1 for 1 with a single earlier today. He's batting here with 2 guys in scoring position and takes the first pitch, a fastball down the pipe for Landon Huffman. Not messing around with that pitch. I think you wonder if Evans might have wanted to be patient, but got a tasty one. You wonder if he'll get another. Next offering misses away. Count even at a ball and a strike. 6-3. Cowboys came into this inning with nothing. They've got 3 already. Chance to add more. Pitch on the way from Huffman. Good breaking ball. Catches the inside part of the plate. And the count goes to 1-2 here on Ethan Evans. Huffman, 1 good pitch away from getting his team out of the inning. The 1-2. Slapped away by Evans. Back by the tree line. And he will live to fight another pitch. Been a good battle here between South and Abilene here in game number 2. It's another 1-2, and it misses up and in, high and tight to Ethan Evans. Remember, Evans got down early in the count his first time up, but he was able to battle his way back. He fought off a couple pitches, then found one he liked and drove it into the gap in left field. He does that here. He plates 2 runs. The 2-2. Evans up the middle. That's got a chance to get through, and it will. It takes a skip. 1 run comes in to score, and it eats up Humphrey. That is a 2 RBI single back-to-back for the Cowboys, who have cut the lead to 1. And it's Ethan Evans who drives in 2 for Abilene to make it a 6-5 ball game. Good stuff for Ethan Evans. He's 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. And Landon Rogers with a chance to keep this rolling for the Cowboys as Heath Hookman and Lane Hookman both come in to score on the play. First pitch, breaker away. Count goes to 1-0 here on Rogers, who flew out to center field. His first time up. This is more of the Cowboy offense that we expected to see. And they have certainly not disappointed here in the 3rd inning, where all 5 of their runs have come in. They've now batted around the order. Nolan Wilkins, who led off the inning, is standing in the on-deck circle. So all 9 members of the lineup have batted here in this inning. They're 1 run away from tying this game. The wind's still blowing out. And a pitch that misses in the dirt makes it a 3-0 count. Landon Huffman put together a really impressive start to the outing here, but like I said, since then has just gotten shaken up a bit. And he is going to walk another batter, and Rogers will take his base. So Rogers aboard with a walk. And that's going to do it for Landon Huffman. We'll step away, let you know about the new pitcher when we return here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game is presented by Don's Tire and Supply.
Are you ready to make a meaningful impact? Join our professional healthcare team at Salina Regional Health Center. We're seeking dedicated individuals who are eager to provide exceptional care to our community. Our growing organization offers competitive pay, comprehensive benefits, and opportunities for growth. We are committed to supporting you in your career. If you're ready to join a team that values compassion, teamwork, and outstanding patient care, apply now at srhc.com or reach out to me, Tess Madro, in Human Resources. Great careers start here. Salina Regional Health Center, we take care of you so you can care for others.
I've always believed in love stories that last forever. At Vernon Jewelers, we've been crafting these stories for 141 years. Each piece is a chapter in a journey, a testament to timeless romance. Whether it's an engagement ring or a cherished anniversary gift, we create memories that sparkle. Look for that iconic sign and discover our collection and personalized customer service in our 141st year. We're not old, just really good at what we do. Vernon Jewelers in downtown Salina, because love deserves that perfect setting.
Kurt here from Abilene Termite and Pest Control. We can't control pests like that unemployed 25-year-old living in your basement, but the creepy crawly ones are our specialty. From Salina to Manhattan, Clay Center to Hillsboro, and everywhere in between. We've been locally owned and here for you since 1951, offering great service, a firm handshake, and no long-term contracts. Visit AbileneTermite.com or find us on Facebook. I'm Kurt Phillips, and we'll keep the bugs out for you.
Confidence. It's important to have when you're on the road. With innovative Bridgestone tires on your car, truck, SUV, or minivan, you're riding on tires you can trust. Bridgestone tires are engineered to give you peace of mind so you can focus on enjoying the journey. So whether you're on your morning commute, a cross-country road trip, or a relaxing Sunday drive, Bridgestone tires will be with you wherever life's roads may lead.
Caden Stouffer is the new pitcher into the ballgame here for the Salina South Cougars, chased out by Abilene after conceding 5 runs, and the Cowboys may not be done yet. So Landon Huffman is out. Caden Stouffer is in. He threw 16 pitches back in the first game of this doubleheader. And he is back in here to face Noah Wilkins, who is 1 for 1 with a single. He led off this inning with a single and a run scored, and since then the Cowboys have rattled off 4 more. He will chop one down the line. That ball No, it does stay fair, and then tagging the third base bag is Spielman, and that will put a stop to the rally. But not before the Cowboys rattle off 5 unanswered runs. It'll be the Cougars looking to get those back when we return here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
Confidence. It's important to have when you're on the road. With innovative Bridgestone tires on your car, truck, SUV, or minivan, you're riding on tires you can trust. Bridgestone tires are engineered to give you peace of mind so you can focus on enjoying the journey. So whether you're on your morning commute, a cross-country road trip, or a relaxing Sunday drive, Bridgestone tires will be with you wherever life's roads may lead. Bridgestone, your journey, our passion. Available at
Don's Tire and Supply, your local Bridgestone dealer, serving Abilene and the surrounding areas for over 40 years. Don's Tire in South Abilene or donstire.net.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
Another inning of work here for Heath Hookman, who's working with some run support as the Cowboys rattle off 5 runs in their half of the third inning. We go to the fourth. It's a 6-5 lead for the Salina South Cougars, who will be looking to add to that, and they will have the heart of the order due up to do it. Wyatt Breeden, Aiden Spielman, and Landon Huffman, we'll get there eventually, are your 3 due up here for the Cougars, and the first pitch misses low here. As there's nothing doing there, Hookman will settle back in. Been a fun battle to watch so far between two teams who are regional rivals, and this ball gets down into left field. It's a base knock for Wyatt Breeden, his first hit of the day. Second time today that he has reached. And the leadoff single for the Cougars will bring Aiden Spielman to the plate. Spielman's come to the plate 7 times in this doubleheader. He's reached base on 6 of those occasions. He has brought in 5 runs via the RBI. He's scored 2 runs himself. So far today, he's 1 for 1 as he cuts through this with an RBI single and a walk that came back in the second inning. Huffman, who is 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts, is in the on-deck circle. And again, it's Breeden who had the single standing at first. Hookman looks in for the sign, takes a long look in, and will now deliver the pitch. That misses high. And the count to 1-0 here on Aiden Spielman. Back in the first game of this doubleheader, a sac fly, a 2 RBI single, a stolen base, and a run scored. 1-0 pitch in the dirt, makes it 2-0. Good patience here for Spielman. to start the at-bat, and that's really been the biggest weapon in his arsenal. He has done a good job getting ahead in counts and staying there, forcing pitchers to kind of bring those into him. 2-0. Hookman looks in, brings home the next pitch. It's a called strike right at the knees, and the count goes to 2-1. I think that's what's made this battle particularly so fun to watch, because Spielman's been patient, and for the most part, Hookman's been pounding the zone. So far tonight, he has not been messing around with that strike zone as he brings another in. This ball is hit over the head of Holloway, though. That'll get down into right field. Lane Hookman picks it up, and first to third is Wyatt Breeden. So back-to-back singles for Salina South. And Landon Huffman will grab a bat with runners at the corners and nobody out. Been a tough day for Huffman. He is 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts, 3 strikeouts in the doubleheader, a walk and a single as well. Both of those came back in the first contest between these two earlier this evening. Looking for a breakout, possibly looking to bring home a run. First pitch, high and away. And whoa! Trying to get the scoreboard sorted out. Said it was 36-6 there for a minute. Boy, South did some damage when I wasn't looking. We'll get that back down, though. Again, a 6-5 lead. There we go. And time is called as Huffman wants a moment to think about this. Now we're going to have a quick meeting on the mound as Ethan Evans and Tyler Holloway come out. They want to talk with Hookman about something here. Sun's almost completely set. First night game of the year here on opening day in the world of high school baseball across the state of Kansas. A couple of games earlier this week, but for the most part, teams getting into action tonight and into next week. Been a good one so far. A 6-5 lead for the visiting Cougars. Looking to add on here. Pitch on the way. Misses high and away. And the count's a 2-0 now on Huffman. Huffman, a member of this lineup a year ago, looks back to Coach Mice. Down the third base line, Coach Mice in his 16th season, leading the Salina South Cougars. 2-0 pitch, high and away again. Same spot, same result, and the count is 3-0. Here on Huffman, who I will imagine will put the bat on the shoulder and wait to see a strike before he offers it anything. He'll do just that. Fastball down the pipe. Now he's seen it. And the green light flicked on here for Huffman. Wyatt Breeden at third, Aiden Spielman at first. The 3-1 pitch. Ooh, fastball down the middle, maybe a little bit inside, but that's absolutely a strike. And Huffman, frustrated, maybe more with himself than anything, that he took it, will now have to be cautious on 3-2. Hookman comes to the belt. The payoff pitch. Big swing and a miss. Runner goes to second. Now the runner breaks for home. That's not in time, and the throw way offline as Wyatt Breeden will come in to score. Aiden Spielman credited with the steal of second base, and Breeden technically credited with the steal of home there. So it's another run. Coach Mice is now being talked to by the umpire about something. And the umpires are going to huddle up. We'll see whether this ends up being what it looked like. The only thing I can think of here is potentially batter's interference. And, I mean, if that's the call, well, we'll wait for the call. Try to pop an earmuff off and see what we can hear as we've got cheers coming from the Abilene bench, and the runner is going back to first.
23, Grant Williams, Putnam on deck, sitting in the hole. One away.
Matter of fact, I think both runners are being returned to wherever they were, and we've got an out in the inning. So, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be Landon Huffman is out, I think, on batter's interference, and the runners are returned to their posts. I think that's about all the explanation we're going to get. But, yeah, that's, at least as far as I can tell, that is going to be the ruling. So batter's interference, Huffman's out, Williams is at the plate, Breeden moves back to third, and Spielman moves back to first. And a number back to the pitcher, throw to first. In time, they double him off. And what a turn of events for the Abilene Cowboys, who go from giving up a run to an inning-ending double play. They will take it, and we'll take a break. Back with the home half of the fourth. We're halfway home. Coverage of this game is presented by the good folks at Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey, Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
Top of the order coming to the plate here in the home half of the fourth, and it's coming up all Abilene as of late. South got 2 runs in the first. They got 3 runs in the second. They got a run in the third, but they stranded the bases loaded, and ever since then, a 5-run bottom of the third for Abilene. They thought they gave up a run in the fourth on a pair of stolen bases, but a batter's interference call led to that run being overturned, and a quick out and then a double play got them where they are now, which is up to bat, only down by 1 with the top of the order at the plate. First pitch swinging, Levi Evans skies this into the night sky. Breeden settles under it, and it's 1 pitch, 1 out to start the fourth to bring up Thomas Keener.
1 away.
Little infield pop-up.
Number 11, Thomas Keener.
So it's Keener at the plate. Keener's had a good day today. He is 1 for 1, a double, an RBI. A run scored and a walk in this game. Batting from the left side. First pitch to him is low for ball 1. Umpiring crew is quick and concise. You didn't see Coach Mice argue too hard on the batter's interference call, and generally that means one of 2 things. Either he agreed with the call or just felt confident enough in his team to feel like it wasn't worth making a scene over. I mean, more often than not, also with high school officials, the call's not getting overturned. There's no instant replay. We're not sending it to New York. So they make the call, and it leads us here. 2-1 pitch. Misses up and away. And the count to 3-1. Keener's been patient throughout the course of this game and picks out a pitch, but sends it right to Breeden, who steps on the bag for out number 2. So 2 outs recorded by Breeden over at first.
2 down.
I guess technically the hot corner to a lefty, and it's Jake Bartley who strides to the plate. So far today, Bartley has reached on an error and struck out here in this game. He digs in, another lefty bat, and the breaking ball comes into him for strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch on its way. Big swing and a miss, and Bartley in an early hole here. Got to be careful not to go down on strikes for the second time today. Abilene trying to keep that momentum rolling here. But this ball chopped to second. Montanez fumbles it, picks it up, throws to first in time. And it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for the Cowboys as we go to the 5th. Still a 6-5 lead for South here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game is presented by Don's Tire and Supply.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of two types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Heath Hookman back out for another inning of work here for the Abilene Cowboys. A 5-6 score. The Salina South Cougars are on top here early. Coverage of this game is presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control. Would also like to throw a shout out to Salina Used Cars. See their inventory at salinausedcars.com, and to Astra Bank, proudly supporting area student athletes. As we get into the thick of game number 2, remember the first game, a little bit more of a pitcher's duel, if you want to call it that. It went the way of Salina South 6-1. Abilene had just 5 base runners. They had just 1 hit. This game has been a little more friendly to both offenses, but things have gone cold in the last few innings. It'll be the 8-9 and 1-hole hitters to start things off for the Cougars, as the first pitch is a little rainbow curve in there. Ooh, not in there. Says the home plate umpire, and that's ball 1. Landon Putnam is at the dish. It'll be Putnam, Sitton, and Yaden Montanez are your 3 due up here for South. Putnam so far today, 1 for 2, a run scored, a single, and a strikeout. And there, it's the pitch that Hookman was looking for earlier, brings it across the plate, and the count goes to 1-2. 1-2 pitch. Oh, whoa, that comes in on the helmet of Putnam in a very dangerous spot. And Putnam appears to be okay, but boy, that's the last thing you want to see no matter who you support. Luckily, if you're going to get plunked in the head, better to do it on a curveball. And he appears to be okay. That's why they wear the helmets. So it's Bronx Sitton at the plate so far today, 0 for 2. A pop-up and a strikeout. And, wow, trying to bunt a pitch above his head. Well, sometimes you commit to that bunt early, but probably not the pitch to try to lay down. And it's strike 1 to Bronx Sitton, the catcher, getting his first at-bats of the season here on opening day. Still squaring to bunt. Corners pulled in, and he will lay one down. And I think he surprised himself as Hookman will shovel it. Throw comes in hard to second. Nothing doing there, though. The sac bunt works for Sitton, who succeeds in advancing Putnam into scoring position.
Hookman makes the toss to Holloway, 1 away. At the plate is shortstop.
So a sac bunt brings up Yaden Montanez. And boy, Montanez has been the thorn in the side here alongside Caden Stouffer, the top 2 in the lineup. They've reached base all 6 times. They've scored 4 times. And between the 2, driven in 1 run. First pitch, the curveball misses high. And the count starts at 1-0 here on Montanez. They'd love to get this to the heart of the order, trying to rattle off a few more runs. As this one misses away, Abilene trying to keep themselves within striking distance. Looking to bounce back and take game 2 of this doubleheader. 2-0, popped up. That's going to be on to, well, just in front of the concession stand, which is unfortunately closed here at Abilene. 2-1, the count to Montanez. A single, a walk, a single, a stolen base, an RBI, and 2 runs scored today. 2-1. High and tight. And it counts to 3-1 here on Montanez. Then it's 2 sophomores at the top of the lineup here for the Cougars. 3-1 pitch. That one taken over the head, well over the head of Wilkins. That gets down in center. It is picked up. They will hold the runner, and it will roll to the plate. The runner goes to second on the miscue, and Montanez give him a single, and then he advances on, I mean, really it's indifference, but they're going to have to call it an error on somebody. Puts Putnam at third, only 1 down, and Caden Stouffer at the plate. Stouffer's day, a walk, and another walk. First pitch to him is a called strike. Good sign for Abilene. They've fallen behind Stouffer all day. Next pitch, also a strike. And the count goes to 0-2 here on the sophomore. Great chance for the Cougars to find a little more run support. Pitch on the way. Misses high and away. Count goes to 1-2 here on Stouffer. You know, for what it's worth, Stouffer walked and scored back in the first game too. So 4 walks in 1 day of baseball action, but here a swinging strikeout as he is down with the K. That's the 4th strikeout of the day recorded by Heath Hookman.
Now batting, Jace Humphrey. Breeden on deck. Spielman in
So the last hope to get these runs in for Salina South rests with Jace Humphrey. First pitch to Humphrey. There's the breaking ball in for a called strike. Humphrey in this game, a walk, a strikeout, and a ground out. He's got Montanez on second and Putnam on third. Hits a little number down the third base line. Picked up in foul territory by Levi Evans, who is a little frustrated with himself. But I think, honestly, it's probably better to not pick that up and try to force a throw to first. I know he felt like he would have had it, but that's a tough play for anybody to make. See if they can get Humphrey another way. High curveball, misses. Count goes to 1-2. Still just a 1-run lead for the Cougars. Looking to break into it here. Fastball away. Count goes even. No, called strike 3. Jace Humphrey down looking, back-to-back strikeouts to get out of the inning. And Heath Hookman putting on a clinic here. Gets his team back up to bat here in the 5th, only down by 1 on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game is presented by Don's Tire and Supply.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
Welcome back to the ballpark here in Abilene, Kansas. Tyler Henry alongside you. Brian Dennett handling all of our camera and production duties today, and it will be Heath Hookman at the plate. And I must have been off by a spot on my book because I had Jake Bartley coming up, but either way. Yep. I got it now. Pitch on the way, misses high. I believe Keener got hit by a pitch before Bartley grounded out. Either way, it is Heath Hookman at the plate to lead off the 5th here for Abilene, and he represents the tying run. They're only down by 1 after a 5-run outburst as this ball's chopped down the line, but foul on the third base side, and the count goes to 3-1. A rare 3-0 swing for Heath Hookman, who had a really good first game of this doubleheader. He has cooled off a little bit since. A pop out. He was hit by a pitch back in the 3rd. Pitch comes into him here. Down and away. Actually, the count on the scoreboard is off here. I believe it is now 2-1. 3-1. Another ball chopped to third. This one momentarily ate up Spielman, but he recovers. Tough pick at first, and they got him. And you got to give a lot of credit to Breeden over there at first. Made that look routine, but that is a tough pick for anybody at this level to make. And he made it look routine as Tyler Holloway comes to the plate for the 3rd time today. A reminder, coverage of today's game brought to you by Don's Tire and Supply in Abilene. Saw somebody rocking some Don's Tire and Supply merch here in Abilene. This ball up the middle, scooped up there by Stouffer. Throw to first in time. And it's 2 away quickly here for the Cowboys after a promising setup in the 3rd inning. Like I said, they went 5 batters in the first, 3 up, 3 down in the second. Then they rattled off 5 unanswered in the 3rd, and then 4 up, 3 down in the 4th, and 2 up, 2 down to start the 5th. Curveball to Hookman, Lane Hookman that is. In there for a called strike. Count goes to 0-1. Next pitch breaks away. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Things really starting to cool off here in the early goings of spring. Got up to about 80 degrees today. Good wind blowing out, but that's cooled off quickly as the sun has set about 65 degrees. The wind, though, has come down as well. Not that anything has gotten out of the park today. Really, nothing has gotten close. Had a couple of routine flyouts to deep center and deep left, but that's really been about it. 3-1 pitch. And it's a walk with 2 down issued here to Lane Hookman, who's aboard for the 2nd time today. That brings up single machine Ethan Evans, who's got 2 base knocks already today.
Now batting is the catcher, number 26.
Evans' last single was a 2 RBI knock. Then he singled in the 2nd, he singled in the 3rd. He brought 2 runs in to score. He's a big part of the reason that his team is in striking distance here. And for the 2nd time in this game, he is facing Stouffer, whose pitch is in for a called strike. Time getting a little short here on the Cowboys' opening day, but like I said, the tying run always at the plate. And a quick pickoff move over to first, not in time to get the speedy Lane Hookman. Relatively short lead for Hookman off the bag at first right now, held on by Breeden. This ball chopped foul. The count goes to 0-2. So it's Stouffer in control. Chance to bring this home and get his team back up to bat in their half here of the 6th. Runner goes for 2nd. Chopper here. Charging in from 3rd is Spielman. Picks it up. Good throw to first. And it did not chase Breeden off the bag. Boy, defensively, he has been phenomenal. And that's the end of inning number 5. So we go to the 6th. It's still a 6-5 lead for the visiting Cougars of Salina South. Back with it on the other side. Coverage of this game presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
I'm Brian Arms, your mortgage loan originator at Equity Bank here in Salina, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Salina resident here to tell you our bank can offer you mortgage and refinance options with terms designed for you. Why leave our community when you can choose the bank that never forgets it's your money? With 2 locations in town on Ohio Street and Santa Fe Avenue, there's no better time to apply online, in person, or over the phone. Learn more at equitybank.com, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Back here inside the Equity Bank broadcast booth, Heath Hookman back on for another inning of work as we go to the 6th in a tight one. Again, it looked like South might be off to another good start as they won the opener 6-1. They scored 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the third. They were up 6-0 and then 5 unanswered in the 4th inning for Abilene. But since then, the bats have gone dry for both teams, and it's turned into a bit more of a pitcher's duel thanks to the bullpen arms of Caden Stouffer and Heath Hookman. Hookman's looked really good. Again, he's had 5 strikeouts since taking over in the second. And in that time, he has allowed just 1 run. So he is back out for another inning of work here.
Pitching is number 32, Tyler Holloway.
And actually, quick correction, it is Tyler Holloway.
At third base, number 7, Heath Hookman. And in center field, number 0, Levi Evans.
We got a mess of substitutions here. But the most important is that Tyler Holloway is in the game pitching here. Holloway a similar intimidating frame as Evans, and a ball shot foul down the left side. It's Landon Rogers. Or no, it is Wyatt Breeden, Aiden Spielman, and Landon Huffman. Your 3-2 up here, and the count goes to 0-2 as Holloway is off with 2 strikes to start this inning. Trying to catch up the book here. Another ball fouled away. That one, whoa, breaks the light. I've been doing baseball games for a long time. I don't know that I've ever seen that. That ball broke the bulb. And hopefully everyone is okay as the shattered glass came raining down on the spectators over there by the dugout. Like I said, it looks like everybody is okay, but that's a heck of a foul ball. You don't see that every day. Strikeout, by the way, of the batter it was up. It was Wyatt Breeden. Wow, that is something else. 3 straight strikeouts, by the way, as Aiden Spielman comes to the plate for Abilene pitching as Holloway does his job there and is looking for another. The big righty kicks and fires. This ball chopped to third, scooped up there by Hookman, who's back in his spot at third, and he is out. So I think we got most of the substitutions. Evans is back in center. He was at third. Hookman is back at third. He was the pitcher. Bartley moves from center to first. And Holloway comes in to pitch. Always a shuffling of the deck with the new pitcher, but Aiden Spielman is out. Landon Huffman is up. There are 2 down in the inning and a chance for the Cowboys to get out of the inning with minimal damage, actually no damage, except to that poor light fixture, and give themselves a chance to come back and maybe even walk this thing off. Holloway down 1-0, brings home the pitch. There it is, strike 1. Lost his hat in the process. 5th pitcher to toss today for the Cowboys, as they've gone through Jake Bartley, Thomas Keener, Levi Evans, Heath Hookman, And now Tyler Holloway. 2-1 the count. That ball struck well down the line, but foul. And the count to 2-2 here on Landon Huffman. It's been a really rough day for Huffman, at least in this game of the doubleheader. A strikeout swinging, a strikeout looking, and then called out on batter's interference. That wiped a run off the board, and a run that could prove to be much needed here in a one-run ball game. It also led to an inning-ending double play. So instead of being up by another run with runners at the corners, it ended the inning, and they're only up by one. Here he will watch a pitch that misses at the ankles, and the count goes full at 3-2. Grant Williams stands here in the on-deck circle if they can get to him. Holloway's looked good so far. 3 balls, 2 strikes, delivers a high pitch that misses outside the zone. And a walk for Huffman will bring things to Grant Williams with a runner aboard.
Grant Williams, Putnam on deck, sitting in the hole.
Grant Williams today is 1 for 3, a single and a run scored back in the second inning, a strikeout and a lineout subsequently in the third and the fourth. And here shoots one to short. They'll flip the short way, and that is the end of the inning. As we go to the home half of the sixth, Abilene still looking for one more run to even this up here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game brought to you by Don's Tire and Supply.
Close your eyes. Now imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community or the camaraderie at Southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Are you ready to make a meaningful impact? Join our professional healthcare team at Salina Regional Health Center. We're seeking dedicated individuals who are eager to provide exceptional care to our community. Our growing organization offers competitive pay, comprehensive benefits, and opportunities for growth. We are committed to supporting you in your career. If you're ready to join a team that values compassion, teamwork, and outstanding patient care, apply now at srhc.com or reach out to me, Tess Madro, in Human Resources. Great careers start here. Salina Regional Health Center, we take care of you so you can care for others.
Back at the ballpark here in Abilene, and it will be Landon Rogers, Noah Wilkins, and Levi Evans, the 8, 9, and 1-hole hitters, just trying to get one run back for the Cowboys at the very least. Again, they have put themselves in a great spot. They went down 6-0. They rattled off 5 straight. Since then, though, they have gone down in short order in the 4th and 5th innings and need to get something rolling here as they are now down to their final 6 outs. First pitch on the way. That'll miss upstairs here. Caden Stouffer back out for another inning of work for Salina South. Cougars hoping that their pitching and defense can win them today, and a pitch that Rogers will cut underneath of. So far today, Rogers 0 for 1. A fly out to center and a walk. That walk came back in the 3rd inning. He was stranded as part of a tandem of stranded runners. Will take low and outside here in the count 2-2-1. Next pitch to Rogers. Good breaking ball in for a strike. Stouffer's had really good movement on that tonight. And he gets him to watch that. The 2-2. Same pitch, different result. That one a little outside. And the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch inside and a walk, the second of the day to Landon Rogers. We'll put him aboard with nobody out. The tying run is on base, and the potential go-ahead is at the plate, represented by Noah Wilkins. Wilkins on the day. He is 1 for 2 with a ground out and a single. He came in to score one of those 5 runs back in the 3rd inning. And this will be his 2nd time facing off against Stouffer. I think we may have had a courtesy runner
Evans on deck, Keener in the hole.
No, don't believe so. Yep.
For Rogers is number 4, Caden Thrower.
Okay, so Caden Thrower is in as the courtesy runner for Landon Rogers. He is aboard at first, represents the tying run. Wonder if Abilene, with nobody out here, might want to play some small ball to try to get that tying run across. And yeah, here you go. Wilkins squares to bunt. And he will pull it back. The runner goes to second. Thrower, it's close, and he's safe. And the throw got there, but I think the umpire was right on top of it, made the right call because Stouffer never moved his glove. And I think the glove was in front of the bag. The foot was on the back of the bag, and he's safe. So a stolen base for Caden Thrower, and now the tying run is in scoring position with nobody out. Wilkins squares to bunt again. Puts it off of his own foot. That one probably one that he would have wanted to let go. Obviously no hit and run on. So no real risk to Noah Wilkins. But he will dig back in with a 1-1 count. And stepping off the rubber is Stouffer. So 1 ball, 1 strike, the count here to Noah Wilkins. Stouffer looking to put it to bed. And another pitch that it's just tough to see, and we've seen it from both teams. Abilene's done it, South has done it. Just unbuntable pitches that they're trying to lay down. And I know that the focus is trying to get the bunt, but when it's that far out of the zone, there's nothing you're going to do with that. So they'll have to find another way here. Stouffer looking for the strikeout, the 1-2. Misses away, stopped. No, not stopped. Now Thrower goes to third, and he is going to move up on another stolen base, and now the tying run is 90 feet away. 2-2 count to Noah Wilkins. Anything but a strikeout helps you here. Thrower, the starting center fielder for game number 1, the speedster, looking to tie this game. Bit of a jam here for Stouffer. He settles in. The pitch on the way, and that ball is popped out to left. It's going to come down. It's under the mitt of Williams. The tying run will come to the plate. Wilkins turns for second, and he is in with a double, and we are tied. 6-6 here in Abilene, and the Cowboys have the go-ahead run on second base. Not only that, nobody out, and the go-ahead run out at second with the top of the order due up, no less. Levi Evans will grab a bat. Huge opportunity for the Cowboys to turn the tide late in this game. First pitch to Evans. He squares to bunt, pulls it back, and takes. And there's the veteran move. And there's no reason not to play more small ball here if you're Abilene. Wilkins has good speed at second base. And if you find a way to get him to third, even if you trade the out to move him over, you've got Keener and Bartley due up next. That ball comes in, and I don't think that would have hit Levi Evans, who just kind of used the bat to defend himself and then has a big grin for sitting behind the plate. Those two kind of look at each other, and we're like, wow, okay. So the count 1-1. Evans digs back in. The Cowboys looking to do something special here on opening day. Long look back to second. Pickoff move nowhere near. And Stouffer doing what we talked about earlier, thinking a little more about, wow, that got by Stouffer. It was picked up by Sitton. Abilene has had enough runners thrown out on the base pass today. They're not going to test anything in a situation like this, but South has got to be careful or they're going to blow this. 1-1 the count. Squaring to bunt, pulling it back, and taking ball 2. And this is good plate presence for Levi Evans. We've seen a lot of guys that would have tried to maybe lay that down. Evans just pulls the bat back. It's that kind of veteran presence. That's why he leads off for this team. 2-1 the count. Evans at the plate. Go ahead run at second. Pitch on the way. Evans fouls it off. And the count goes to 2-2. And I like that move as well because you think maybe with the pitcher knowing you're going to bunt, you get something up in the zone that you can drive, but now Evans has got to get protective. The 2-2 pitch. He hacks it one inside, but he fouls it off and keeps the at-bat alive. And the count will stay right where it's at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Salina South won the opening game of this doubleheader 6-1. Abilene got down 6-0 in this one. They have fought all the way back to tie it up 6-6 here in the 6th. Stouffer comes to the belt, checks the runner, the 2-2. And a swing and a miss, strike 3 as Evans is down swinging. That's a big, big out for Salina South to get, and they do it without the runner advancing. But it does bring Thomas Keener to the plate. And boy, has Keener gone on some adventures today. Keener has reached base 3 times today. He's only gotten a hit once. He walked, he was hit by a pitch, he had an RBI double. First pitch to him misses low. That's the other thing that you can't have if you're South, is Bronx sitting letting anything get behind him. He's been good defensively today, but got to be cautious in a situation like this. 1-0 to Keener. Big swing and a miss. That was a good pitch, but Keener over the top. And the count goes even at 1-1. And another ball that gets by Huffman. That's not come back to bite them yet, but you wonder if it keeps happening, if something may stem the tide here for the Cowboys. Keener digs in again from the left side. The 1-2 misses upstairs, and the count goes even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And even though the next couple guys in the lineup haven't gotten a hit today, it's a dangerous part of the order. You want to try to get your outs when you can here if you're South. The 2-2. Fought off here by Keener. Doing all he can to keep the at-bat alive against the very crafty Caden Stouffer. Cowboys got 5 in the 3rd. They got 1 here in the 6th. They're looking for 1 more to put the Cougars down to their last 3 strikes. The pitch. Big swing and a miss. It's back-to-back strikeouts. Both of the swinging variety for Caden Stouffer. And it now falls to Jake Bartley to try and get the job done here. Jake Bartley, a sophomore, the son of head coach Travis Bartley, has had a tough day today, both on the mound and at the plate, but all would be forgiven if he can find a way to drive the run in here. First pitch to him, fouled back to the screen. Bartley was the opening day starter for the season opener. He gave up 4 runs on 4 hits in a 6-1 win. He was also 0 for 3 at the plate. So far in this game, he has reached on an error, but officially is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Chance, though, to play the hero here in the later innings. 0-1 off the kneecap. That's going to roll, and the runner moves up 90 feet. And good coverage there for, I believe, Montanez, who came in to make sure home plate was covered because Sitton and Huffman both went after the baseball. But Noah Wilkins will move up 90 feet on the passed ball. And now, if you're Jake Bartley, you don't have to do all that much to bring in the go-ahead run. Cowboys looking for a little magic here at home. The 1-1 pitch. Misses inside. Stopped there by Sitton, who's got to be thinking about it now because you can't let anything else get past you or that run is coming home. Caden Stouffer looks for the sign. The 2-1 inside misses. Did that get Bartley? Yeah, it did. And Bartley will take his base. So it's runners at the corners. And here comes Heath Hookman.
At the plate is third baseman number 7.
And you wonder if we might have a pitching change here. As Coach Mice comes out, he had a quick word with the home plate umpire. And is this the end of the line for Caden Stouffer? It would be a tough situation to bring a new arm into. Obviously, you could. But I'm not sure if that's what Coach Mice is going to do here. Right now, it is just a conversation. They've already used 4 arms today. And he will stick with his guy. Love this move from Coach Mice, keeping the faith in Stouffer, who has gotten 2 of the last 3. Remember, it was the walk, 2 stolen bases, and then the RBI double for Noah Wilkins that tied the game, but then back-to-back strikeouts before he plunked Bartley. So here we go. Cowboys, tie game, cleanup hitter at the plate, go-ahead run 90 feet away. Heath Hookman against Caden Stouffer. First pitch, breaking ball, low and outside, ball 1. Bartley runs with good speed. You also wonder if you maybe force South to make a decision and take that force out away at first. And yep, there he goes. Pitch misses high, and a wise move by Sitton, who didn't even think about it for a second. So Bartley, who represents an insurance run, is now aboard at second. Heath Hookman looking to be the hero here in inning number 6. 2-0 pitch also misses high. And Hookman, I will imagine, would put the bat on the shoulder, but and you never know in a situation like this. And are they going to walk him? I think they just chose to intentionally walk Heath Hookman. They wanted none of that. Wow. This is actually a good heads-up move by South because it puts a force in any bag, but it brings up Tyler Holloway, who's due for a hit and potentially in line for the win. Stouffer will go back to the windup. First pitch to Holloway. It's hit up in the air, drifting towards the line, tracking back. Is it fair? No. Wow. Foul ball by a matter of maybe a foot. And that would have brought in 2 runs, too, as it just kind of floated down the line. But as it stands, the count will go to 0-1 here on Holloway. This has been a fantastic ball game. Bases are loaded. Wilkins at third, Bartley at second, Hookman at first. The Cowboys just need 1. And it won't come there as the pitch misses high here to Holloway. Holloway due for a hit. He is 0 for 3 with a strikeout in game 1. He was 0 for 3 with a strikeout in game 2. The 1-1. Ooh, check swing, and is probably going to want that one back. Right at the letters. He falls behind 1-2. Stouffer's had that strikeout pitch working this inning, as he has already fanned 2 batters. Stouffer looking to get out of the jam. Oh, and Holloway hacks at it. And that puts a stop to the 6th as Abilene strands the bases loaded. We go to the 7th, a 6-6 tie here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this game presented by Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
Kurt here from Abilene Termite and Pest Control. We can't control pests like that unemployed 25-year-old living in your basement, but the creepy crawly ones are our specialty. From Salina to Manhattan, Clay Center to Hillsboro, and everywhere in between. We've been locally owned and here for you since 1951, offering great service, a firm handshake, and no long-term contracts. Visit AbileneTermite.com or find us on Facebook. I'm Kurt Phillips, and we'll keep the bugs out for you.
Confidence. It's important to have when you're on the road. With innovative Bridgestone tires on your car, truck, SUV, or minivan, you're riding on tires you can trust. Bridgestone tires are engineered to give you peace of mind so you can focus on enjoying the journey. So whether you're on your morning commute, a cross-country road trip, or a relaxing Sunday drive, Bridgestone tires will be with you wherever life's roads may lead. Bridgestone, your journey, our passion. Available at
Don's Tire and Supply, your local Bridgestone dealer, serving Abilene and the surrounding areas for over 40 years.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Welcome back in here on the campus of Abilene High School. Tyler Henry alongside you, Brian Dennett, handling all of our camera and production duties today. A dandy of a baseball game here in game number 2. Remember, South took the opener 6-1. And since then, this game number 2 has been awfully interesting. It was a 6-0 lead for the Cougars, and then Abilene rattled off 5 unanswered runs, make it 6, as they tied the game in the 6th inning. But they stranded the bases loaded. They had a runner on second that represented the go-ahead run and nobody out. And now it's a chance for Salina South to spoil the party and try to get themselves back ahead. But the Cougars have not scored since the 3rd inning. They had 2 in the first, 3 in the second, and 1 more in the 3rd. And that is all the offense that South has had, as this first pitch is in for a called strike. It's Landon Putnam, Bronx Sitton, and Yaden Montanez, your 3 to lead it off from the 8, 9, and 1-hole spots for Salina South. And the first pitch, or rather the second pitch, is fouled away. And the count goes to 0-2. Of course, if the Cowboys can keep it tied here, they'll have a chance to walk it off on opening day. Wouldn't that be a special way to get things rolling here? But right now, it's all about keeping those runs off the board. And this ball laced up the middle. That's a good start for South, as Landon Putnam's got 2 knocks in this game. He has reached base 3 times in 4 at-bats. And he will stand aboard at first with nobody out, representing the potential game-winning run. And I think now we're going to see Coach Mice come out and do the same thing as, well, maybe. Oh, no, we got a pinch hitter. Jace. Nope. Lawson Reset is at the dish. Actually, Lawson Rassett, sorry. First at bat of the day for Rassett. And a big moment for one of the few seniors on this team. He is in for Bronx Sitton, who is 0 for 3 with a sac bunt, a strikeout, and a pop-up. So, Rassett, the first pinch hitter of the doubleheader for either team, in a big spot, looking to bring in Landon Putnam from first, or at the very least keep this rolling in a tie game here in the 7th inning. Tyler Holloway on the hill. He'll come to the ready. First pitch brings it home. Rassett tries to bunt it, but bunts it foul. And the count starts at 0-1. Rassett will dig back in. Runner aboard at first. Again is Putnam. South trying to restart their offense as they've gone bone dry in the last couple innings. And this is going to get by Evans. That's really the first pass ball we've seen. It's probably more of a wild pitch if we're being honest. And that puts the potential game-winning run in scoring position. And Landon Putnam runs well. He's the right fielder. He's got good speed. We see how elusive he is on the football field as the starting quarterback for Salina South. And they just want to find a way to get him home and give themselves a chance to come back and win this game. And another pitch that misses the zone, down and away. And the count is 2-1 now on Rassett. Earlier today, Coach Mice gave the swing away signal after a couple of bunts, just trying to pull the corners in. Here, Rassett, oh, he gets down a beauty. Holloway comes in, picks it up, and will eat the throw. And it's runners at the corners on a bunt single for Lawson Rassett. Good stuff here for the Cougars. And the game-winning run just 90 feet away, potentially.
Montanez, Stover on deck, Humphrey in the hole.
And here comes Yaden Montanez, who has been a problem for Abilene so far today. He has reached base all 4 times he has come to the plate. And we have got a meeting on the mound. We'll see if Tyler Holloway stays in this game or not. Montanez today has reached base 4 times, driven in 1 run, scored twice. He has 3 singles, a walk, and a stolen base. Came in to score the first run of the game on a wild pitch back in the first. Long conversation. It looks like Holloway will stay in the game. And, yeah, Holloway remains in to face Montanez. This will be the first time that he has faced Montanez tonight. First batter he faced was Wyatt Breeden. So the top 3 of the order have not seen Holloway yet. That is an advantage for the righty. He throws hard, but you got to make sure to keep everything in front of Evans behind the plate. The one thing you can't have here is a wild pitch that allows Putnam to score. Nobody out, runners at the corners. South looking to take the lead and put themselves on the verge of the sweep. First pitch, scoring to bunt, getting it down again. Holloway going to have to make a decision. He will throw to first, and they will keep everyone still. And an interesting choice to have Montanez bunt the runner over to second there. I think they were hoping to maybe create some chaos, but that was well executed and well played by Holloway. And Caden Stouffer will now be asked to be the hero. Following the sack bunt, it moves Rassett up to second. Stouffer, 3 walks and a strikeout today, has not put the ball in play. This comes behind the backstop. The runner takes off, and they're going to take the lead. Now the second runner turns the corner. He'll hold up at third, but on a wild pitch that gets by Evans, it's Landon Putnam who comes in and scores the go-ahead run, and the Cougars are 3 outs away from taking the sweep. Putnam moved up to second on a wild pitch. He came in to score on a wild pitch. Second time today that's happened for the Cougars, their first run and their most recent run. Ball chopped softly, picked up by Holloway. Wanted the tag, instead throws in an awkward collision at first. But the runner is out as Stouffer is retired, and it's 2 down here in the inning. Jace Humphrey is the last man up to bat.
Now batting is number 14, Jace Humphrey. Breeden on deck, Spielman in the hole. 2 outs.
Even up 1, you got to feel like right now this is a team that would love at least 1 insurance run if they can get it. First pitch swinging, Humphrey falls behind in the count. Humphrey at the dish, digs in from the right side. This one, looked good, but it'll be just off the inside part of the plate, and the count goes even at a ball and a strike. Humphrey, 2 looking strikeouts, a walk and a ground out today. Takes this pitch downstairs, and the count goes to 2-1. 7-6 is the lead here for the Cougars. Looking to add 1 more here is Humphrey after the wild pitch brought Putnam in to score. And he'll take another one upstairs. And Holloway really struggling to locate the zone and keeps losing his hat. He throws with a lot of force, but I don't know. 3 balls, 1 strike. Holloway delivers, and it's a walk on 5 pitches to Jace Humphrey. That's going to put runners at the corners with 2 down for Wyatt Breeden. Breeden was the first pitcher, or was the first batter to face Holloway. Holloway struck him out swinging. It was a really good start to Holloway's outing, but it's come apart at the seams a little bit here in the 7th. And another pitch that does not find the zone outside. See what they can do with this, but great chance here for South to tack on a few more insurance runs if they can find a way to get it across. The 1-0 from Holloway, swung on, taken up the right side, scooped up by Wilkins, throw to first, pulls the runner off the bag, but he gets the tag, and Abilene escapes with just the 1 run given up, but will it be enough for the Cougars to take the sweep? We'll find out when we come back here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of today's game is brought to you by Abilene Termite and Pest Control.
Kurt here from Abilene Termite and Pest Control. We can't control pests like that unemployed 25-year-old living in your basement, but the creepy crawly ones are our specialty. From Salina to Manhattan, Clay Center to Hillsboro, and everywhere in between. We've been locally owned and here for you since 1951, offering great service, a firm handshake, and no long-term contracts. Visit AbileneTermite.com or find us on Facebook. I'm Kurt Phillips, and we'll keep the bugs out for you.
Confidence. It's important to have when you're on the road. With innovative Bridgestone tires on your car, truck, SUV, or minivan, you're riding on tires you can trust. Bridgestone tires are engineered to give you peace of mind so you can focus on enjoying the journey. So whether you're on your morning commute, a cross-country road trip, or a relaxing Sunday drive, Bridgestone tires will be with you wherever life's roads may lead. Bridgestone, your journey, our passion. Available at
Don's Tire and Supply, your local Bridgestone dealer, serving Abilene and the surrounding areas for over 40 years. Don's Tire in South Abilene.
Confidence.
One last chance for the Abilene Cowboys, and it comes down to Lane Hookman, Ethan Evans, and Landon Rogers, pending any changes to the lineup. Only 1 pinch hitter in both games combined, and it came for Lawson Rassett of Salina South. Ended up paying dividends as he was able to work his way aboard, but more importantly, a wild pitch brought in Landon Putnam, and that is the run that currently stands as the difference in this game. It's a 7-6 lead for the Salina South Cougars. Abilene down to their final 3 outs. And 1 more inning of work here for Caden Stouffer, who has been really good today. He's pitched in both games in relief. He came in and finished off the win in Game 1, and he is in line for the win here in Game 2 if his Cougars can hold on. South looking for revenge after they got swept by Abilene to start their season last year. And the 0-2 poked into center. That's going to get down just in front of Humphrey. I think after seeing a few balls get under mitts today, Humphrey wisely decided to just knock that down and take his chances. But it's a leadoff single for Lane Hookman. And all of a sudden, the tying run is aboard, and the go-ahead run is at the plate, represented by Ethan Evans. Evans has had a good day today. He has 2 singles, 2 RBI. He's 2 for 3 so far this evening. Cowboys got to be careful here. Pitch misses low in the dirt. Good tank there by Evans at the knees. And the return throws just continue to be a problem. I don't know what's going on, but Sitton just not able to get the ball cleanly back to his pitcher the last couple of times. 1 ball, no strikes. Quick pickoff move over to first. And you got to be careful with that, too. The last thing you need to do is airmail one into the corner, and all of a sudden the tying run is in scoring position. I'd take my chances with the hitter. Evans at the plate. Runner goes in the dirt. Sitton picks it up. Throw to second. Ooh, it was a really good throw, but it was in front of the bag, and Lane Hookman is now in scoring position with nobody out. He represents the tying run. Potentially huge stolen base for Lane Hookman. 2-0 to Evans, high and away, and the count goes to 3 balls and no strikes. You also wonder, pitch count-wise, how much Stouffer's got left in the tank. I would imagine Evans going to be taking all the way here on 3-0. The pitch. Yeah. Took it for a 4-pitch walk. And it's runners at first and second. They represent the tying and potential game-winning walk-off runs with Caden Thrower coming to the plate. This will be the first at-bat for Caden Thrower. He came on as a pinch runner for Landon Rogers, and he will keep that spot in the order down in the 8-hole. And Thrower calls time. Wanted to stop and reset. Didn't like what he saw there from Stouffer. And we'll stand back in at the ready. Squares to bunt and can't get it down. So the first pitch results here in a strike. Cowboys came back. They scored 5 in the third. They tied it up in the 6th, but then they conceded the first run since the 3rd inning in the top of the 7th, and that has put South on the doorstep of a victory here and a sweep. The 0-1 to Thrower pulled the bat back on a pitch that was well above his head. Easy layoff there. Thrower in the starting lineup, but only got 2 plate appearances in the first game, and he was 0 for 2 with a strikeout. This is his first appearance at the plate here in this game. Stouffer looking to close it out for the Cougars. The 1-1. That ball is struck well, but it might hang up long enough, and it will, that Williams comes in and makes the catch. Thrower gave it a ride, but 1 down here in the inning, and the Cowboys are down to their final 2 outs.
Evans on deck, Keener in the hole.
Noah Wilkins at the plate. He has had a phenomenal day. Did not get the start in game number 1 of this doubleheader, but in game 2, he is 2 for 3, a single, a double, an RBI, and a run scored. Wilkins, the right-handed second baseman. First pitch swinging, fouls it off. And another good snag there, or at least a good knockdown by Coach Bartley in that third base coach's box. Should they find a way to get Wilkins on base, or really anything but a double play, Levi Evans will get at least 1 more at bat. Although this ball chopped into double play range, the short way for 1, and that's where they'll stop. And I think that's a wise decision for Stouffer, because he knew if he tried to force that throw to first, there was a chance the tying run would come home. So they will trade the runner who represents the tying run, sliding up to third. Evans is out. Hookman is at third. And it's Levi Evans at the plate. One last chance for the Cowboys to try to tie this one up and send it to extras. Stouffer from the stretch. His first pitch misses in the dirt. Good stop there by Sitton. We saw it earlier today. You wonder if we'll see it again. If the runner takes off for second, I would imagine Sitton is just going to let him go. Runner is being held on at first, but right now the batter is all that matters. The 1-0 pitch misses high. You really don't want to get any further into this lineup. Thomas Keener is the next man up. He has an RBI double and a run scored today already. 2-0 to Evans. Swung on and taken into right. It hangs up, and the catch is made. Landon Putnam, who scored the game-winning run at the plate, is going to record the game-winning out in right field, and it's a 2-game sweep for the Salina South Cougars. They get the win 7-6. This has been the initial installment of Diamond Sports here in the spring on our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. So glad that you could join us. It's a 2-game sweep for the Salina South Cougars. They sweep Abilene 6-1 in the opener, 7-6 in game number 2. Until next time, I've been Tyler Henry. For Tyler Henry and for Brian Dennett, thank you for tuning in. Coverage of this game, both of these games, presented by Don's Tire and Supply and Abilene Termite and Pest Control.